He's coming though. Streaming from all the community section.
You do? You see the
Board.
It's not giving us that option to make these ones bigger.
Probably from this way, because this one bends down.
Oh, it slides forward?
That's how I am, you're like, yeah, I can. It's like you're riding a donkey. Girl Scout cookies. Sure will be needing one in a while. It'll be a fast one, you know?
Well, during the executive session, I can I didn't want to hit too many buttons because I don't want that way.
Go through it. Hopefully we'll be done early before it starts coming down heavy.
Is this not?
You ready, guy? Okay, we call this meeting to order at 5:35. And join me with the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the symbol of perfect friendships among united cultures.
Lorraine, you call.
Dr. Ashambo?
Here.
Mrs. Hunt Daly?
Here.
Mr. Jaramillo?
Here.
Mr. Ortiz?
Here.
Mrs. Lee?
She's here virtually.
I'm here.
Thank you.
We have a quorum. Adoption of the agenda for March 18, 2025.
Mr. Jaramillo, I would like to make an addition to the agenda. On recognitions E, we have state wrestling winner. I would also like to recognize the GHS state wrestling qualifiers.
So that'll be F.
Yes, sir.
Anything else? Need a motion. I need a motion
I'll move
to
to
approve the agenda.
Second.
Roll call. Roll call?
You good, Ron?
No, I just.
Dr. Ashambo?
Yes. Excuse me.
Mrs. Hunt Daly? Yes. Mr. Jaramillo?
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz?
Yes.
Mrs. Lee?
I,
Motion carried.
Motion carries. The adoption of the minutes of February 21st, 2025 and March 3rd,
It's gonna be the 28th.
or 28th.
Mm-hmm.
This one says the 3rd. What does this one say?
March 3rd and February 28th.
Yeah, that one is, because it doesn't have February on here.
Should have one. Okay.
I recommend that we approve the minutes from our previous meetings.
We have a second? I'll second. Roll call?
Dr. Ashambo?
Yes.
Mrs. Hunt Bailey? Yes. Mr. Hanamio?
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz?
Yes.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Citizen to address the board?
No, there are no citizens to address the board.
Okay, Mr. Winder, recognitions?
All right, Mr. Jaramillo, thank you for stepping in tonight while Mrs. Lee is traveling to get back here. It is our monthly meeting where we recognize folks for our social emotional learning, and our Edu Champion, folks that are outstanding individuals in their schools that do everything they can to make school a great place for kids. Every month I reach out to the principals and ask who they would recommend or who their staff would recommend. And tonight we have some really great recipients that we want to recognize. So I'm gonna start off with a young man who is a first-year teacher at GHS. He previously worked as the school resource officer at GHS and this year has taken on the challenge of teaching AVID, which is a wonderful new program that we have this year at GHS. He was nominated by his administration and colleagues, and it is my pleasure to present an SEL award for the month of March to Mr. Joshua Pacheco. Congratulations. Thank you for everything that you do. Your administration has to come up.
This is like, yeah, professional.
Is your family's here?
Come on, baby, baby.
Sleep.
Take a picture. All right. Down the tablet. Come on, it's okay, come on. Stand here with Dennis.
Really good. The camera's really good.
Yeah, if I could make you all look skinny, I wouldn't be working here.
Just stretch it, make me look tall. Thank you, Josh. Our second nominee tonight for an SEL award for March comes from Los Alamitos Middle School. She was nominated by her colleagues and her administration. This employee does a wonderful job of welcoming everybody that comes into that school. She is the smiling face that you see when you enter the school. She is at athletic events and activities, and I think lately has been opening the door and the gates. I think we have new gates at Los Alamitos, and so she's kind of doing it all and there for families and kids and just kind of keeping everything together at Los Alamitos. So it is my honor to present for March our second SEL plaque to Mrs. Naomi Hidden. All right, is your family here? You're hiding in the back. How are you, sir?
Good, how you doing?
Good to see you. How about administration, Linda? You have to come up.
All right.
And every month we give our Edu Champion belt. It's a little dusty today. It's been sitting in my office. Every month we give our Edu Champion belt to somebody who's really a champion for kids, a champion for families, somebody who does an outstanding job. Our March Edu Champion comes to us from Milan Elementary School. And she's a first grade teacher that really, teaching first grade is a hard job. You kind of have to keep all of your ducks in a row, and you have to make sure that they're reading what they need to read and learning what they need to learn. And it's very hands-on at first grade, hands-on teaching at first grade. It is my pleasure to announce our March Edu Champion and present her with the award. Tonight's March's Edu Champion is Mrs. Brenda Alheim. Put it on you. Okay. Let me see here. And then you have to like flex like you're like you're the champion, right?
21 first graders.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
I know they're here. Ron's making us all look skinny, so.
I am. That's my new superpower.
Awesome, Ron.
All right. Principal Gutierrez, would you like to come up?
Yeah.
Now you have to flex there, Mr. Gutierrez.
That's all I got.
It's been a rough day, huh?
Nope, that's all I got. Mr. Jaramillo, board members, we're also recognizing some of our outstanding athletes tonight. Our winter sports have kind of come to an end, and now we're moving into spring sports. And so I would like to call up Coach Landon Chavez. I don't think his boys are here, but I think Coach is here. And we want to present certificates to his boys because they qualified for the state championship. And so we want to present certificates to the Grand Pirates basketball.
Thank you, appreciate it.
You guys had a great season.
Thank you. Awesome.
Congratulations.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I don't know if Coach Pedro is here.
She's walking in right now.
Oh, perfect, perfect. So our Laguna Acoma Hawks girls basketball team they were the district champions. And so we wanted to, they went to state playoffs, they made it to the second round of state playoffs. And we want to recognize these young ladies as the district champions and for an outstanding basketball season. Congratulations, ladies. We're super proud of you.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Congratulations. And you were the coach of the year? for the district. Congratulations. We'll take a picture.
We're rushing up from practice.
Thank you guys for rushing to get here.
You can come over here and take
And
pictures.
it's getting weathery out there.
It was inside, yeah, inside.
Very inside.
Good job, ladies. Finally, we had a number of our wrestlers from Grants High School qualify for state, and we had a state winner. And so, Mr. Wynn, you're on the coaching staff, right?
Right.
So, Mr. Wynn, why don't you bring your wrestlers up and we'll present them with certificates. Where's Dakota? Dakota, you have to step forward, because you were the state winner of wrestling, right? Congratulations. Mr. Jaramillo, would you like to take a picture with Mrs. Elkins?
There's Miss Barajas.
And Ms. Barajas.
And Mrs. Barajas, and families, if families would like to as well. You wanna get in there? Are you sure?
Right there.
She's the senior mom, apparently.
You wanna get in there?
Get in there, Mom.
Dad, where's Mom?
Get in there.
Take care, family.
Clemente's not a senior, is he?
Yes.
There you go. Okay.
Which one's good in, Damage is good over.
Just go over.
I don't like.
Everybody look up and see. Congratulations.
Let's see.
Mr. Jaramillo, board members, that completes our recognitions for tonight.
We had F, was that F?
Yeah, we brought them all up as a group.
Okay. Presentations.
Presentations. It is my honor, annually, we have Mr. Alexander and Mr. Hayes come and present to us and talk to us about science fair and our regional winners, our state competitors, and our international science fair competitors. And so, without further ado, it's my honor to turn the floor over to Mr. Shelby Alexander and Mr. Cody Hayes. They're gonna talk about science fair in Ohio, right?
Columbus. Good evening, Mr. Ryder, Mr. Jaramillo, Mr. Ortiz, Dr. Arsenbo, Ms. Garyman, and Ms. Francis. Cody and I have been working together for a few years, but I've been working a lot longer, so I'll let you go first.
So, I'll give an assessment on the local science fair, we haven't had a chance to talk to you guys about that. That would be your, Grants Cibola County Schools Science Fair. At that fair this year, we had, what was it, a little over 100 entries, correct, at the local science fair, about 65 junior and about 35 senior, somewhere in there. So we continue to grow our participation on both sides, which is really exciting. We had representation from throughout the school, throughout the school district, Number of those individuals were then able to compete at the regional, the Four Corners Regional Science Fair, 2 weeks after that. Mr. Alexander will go into more of the overview for the Regional Science Fair. But from what I'm looking at here, the breakdown for your district schools, as far as the number of people who were able to move from the local fair to the regional fair and now have been selected by the judges to participate in the New Mexico State Science and Engineering Fair. You've got 46 young men and women participating from your school district, 18 from Grants High School, 6 from the Early College High School, 8 from Los Alamitos, 2 from St. Teresa, 2 from Cibola, 2 from Mesa View, 4 from Milan, 3 from Mount Taylor, and 1 from San Rafael Elementary. So what I'm hoping that you'll recognize, those of you who have heard me give those numbers the last few years, is that we're starting to see what I think all of us are hoping to see. We're starting to see this grow back out, not just in raw numbers, but spread throughout the district again. And we're getting lots of participation all the way down to our elementary school levels and through the secondary level as well. As a result of a lot of buy-in from some, educators who maybe were a little worried about, hey, how do I get this going? I can see firsthand that throughout the district, the science educators are getting more and more excited about having this be a cornerstone of science education in this community, and are really getting excited about, hey, these are great opportunities that we can give our students, and are growing their confidence as educators as well, both in how to help manage those students throughout the lab, and then the countless skills that you have to pick up as a science educator as you're figuring out how to make these things possible for your students. So I'm really, really encouraged by the growth that I've witnessed firsthand throughout the district, and I cannot thank the school board and the school district employees enough for their support, as well as the community grants in Cibola County. There's literally hundreds of man hours that go into putting these fairs on for these students. Dozens and dozens of individuals who we just simply cannot do that.
Okay, in the packets you have there, the first one, when I put it together, I wanted to have the information for you by school. So the first one is Grants High School, and you can see where it tells the category the students were in, how they play. And then there's a checkbox there, it says representative of state. Those are the students who are from Grants High School that will be going on to the New Mexico State Science Fair on April 11th. The second page over there, the Early College High School, we've got a little coaching with Alexa over the last 2 years, and it's been a great help, and we've gotten more kids participating up there, and that's good. Those are the same thing, those are the students, how they're placed in the category, and the ones that have a check box with a check in it, they're going on to the New Mexico Science Fair. And same thing for the Luna ACMA, where I'm working with the class, and this is, what's your name? Raymond out there. Then the next one over is one of the schools that we got participating 2 or 3 years ago. On the back of the next page is the Cyber Academy in Twin Beach, which is in Judy Public Schools. And then this year I've got some people involved from my local Pine, and they came. And you can see again, same thing, tells you how they place in the category, which ones are going on to the state science fair. Then we'll get to the next group, the middle schools. We got Los Alamitos here. We work closely with Ms. Naviger and Mr. Dennis Garcia. You can see the middle school has done extremely well again this year. That's good. We've been building back up. We got winners from St. Teresa, who I keep science over there 4 days a week for the students. And then we have a few from there. And we also have St. Bonaventure, which comes to the regional. We've got them where there's 3 more students involved in participating. You can see the winners they have. And then the ones from Cubero, I go out to Cubero and look for the teachers out there. Ms. Mason did a really good job this year working with the kids involved in where they love some of them going on to state. And then Milan, where it's Mr. Sayat, he's been been doing a good job for those students there, so we mentioned again, in Mount Taylor Elementary, where Mr. McCoy has been working with them closely, and I go out and work with, with Chadwick, with, first, sixth graders out at Center Tech. So then, the other thing we do at the regional science fair, after we've had the local paper competition, which is representative of the New Mexico Junior Academy of Science, that Cody and I put on together. And I'm the director of the New Mexico Regional, which is held in Grants. So the students from, some of the students from the local competition made it to the regional competition. That's the second set of pages. And you can see, even the students don't know some of this, but basically the students that participated this year at the regional, in the first place in the junior division was Emma Munson, she goes to Los Alamitos. Second place was Lucas Rittner, he goes to St. Lucia. Third place was Leanna Patel, she goes to Los Alamitos. In the senior division, it was first place Lucas Colby, and second place was Isabel Howley, and third place was Mackenzie Hunt. Now, the thing they don't know is all of these students are probably going to get to present in the New Mexico Junior Academy of Science State League competition. They had a change in leadership this year, and the person that was the acting director, they didn't get called in early enough. So some of the other regions didn't go ahead and get their students involved. I got ours involved, like in Baldwin came doing with a couple of others, but some of the other districts didn't do it, and they like to have at least 4 to 5 representations from the entire state. So we told me the other day that the high probability is all 3 elections, ones I just named, once you guys come up. And then, once we get into the juniors, so what I was gonna tell them, we didn't know what their award was gonna be the other night. I knew what it used to be. I didn't wanna tell them and find out it wouldn't be the same, or it might be more, and I'd have to pay more money out of my pocket. So, the regional awards, first place is $200. Second place gets $150, third place gets $100. State this year, the state award for first place is $350, and second place is $250, third place is gonna be $150, and fourth place is gonna be $50. The one thing I've told students, sometimes it's great when they have their backboard, it makes them feel comfortable because they have all the pictures and everything else. But when they have to stand up in front of the crowd and tell them what they're doing, people that have judged their manuscript, and then they wonder, well, how do they do? Because they don't know until they get there. And then they do all the presentation, they don't find out how to place for anything that's left. So it takes a lot of courage to do that, and the students do very well. This is one thing that pays really well too. You can see from the prize one, if you win at the state one, you can go to the American Academy of Science and present a paper there. We've had a few winners this past year, but it's really difficult because it's competed by some of the best science students in the United States. It's also taking kids to some of the other, like the National Symposium from time to time. So it's a very good event. And I want these two that are here tell you a little bit about what we do. This is
I'm Lucas, and what I did is I attempted to accelerate the degradation of plastic using 2 genuses of mushroom spores. One that was known as the Phoenix oyster, P. culinaris, and one is known as just the Pestalodianthus microspora from the Amazon rainforest.
I'm Mackenzie. I was looking at the effects of microplastics on microorganisms. I used to use marine-based organisms that industrial-based organisms cause arthritis.
The next page over there tells you on the press release, the special awards for the regional. The award for first alternate to ISEP, which is held in Columbus, Ohio this year in May. The second alternate is Joel Small.
He's at Playcraft.
And then the junior division, we had Emma Munson, who got the top award, and the second place award went to children? No, what's the,
And I use chronological relationships between the expansion rate and
we can stick it. And then over on the back, it says the students that are going to be the ones that are the actual exhibitors that qualify for the regional fair. The first and second alternate, if they win a state, they get to go. They win their own spot. If one of the people that's the top winners from our fair and represents us wins the state, then we get to move them up first. And then we'll go first, and then Joel will go next. And it's not impossible for that to happen. And this year, the first representative to ISEL for Four Corners Regional is Mackenzie Hunt. The next team project is the project with Lucas Coleman Wine Corporation. You guys want to tell me anything about what you started? Something good?
Alright, so of course, I'm Ryan Torsalita, this is my partner, Lucas Colbert, and our project was plastically composed mushrooms, so like as you said previously, we aim to accelerate the process of degradation using Pestalotis microspora as well as P. pulmonaris. And what we learned is that, in fact, we did accelerate the process of plastic degradation because only in a small amount of 3 weeks, although our results were small, we did see results that were promising to show and that we accelerated the process of degradation. Because plastic itself can take up to 1,000 years before it can begin to degrade. And since we have plastic degradation, this is a better look into the future. Because of course, we want to leave the world in a better place than we found it. And plastic is becoming a huge problem. Plastic waste in the environment is becoming a huge problem. And we want to leave the world in a better place than we found it. So we hope to make it a better place.
okay, so obviously, like they said, plastic is becoming a huge issue in our world, specifically in life. So they found microplastics in human placenta. So I just wanted to take a deeper look at where we could be ingesting those plastics from. And there hasn't been a direct correlation between mortality rates, or I thought, I'm still experimenting. It seems like there's a pretty strong correlation now. But it's obvious that microplastics are using a lot of stressors, and it's moving its way up the food chain, which is where we are ingesting a lot of our plastics from.
I want to thank all of you, and I'm really proud of what you've done, and now you get to work in your heart. So you can prove what you do. That's what I have for you. The other thing is, at this time, we wanted to get permission from the superintendent for the students to attend the state science fair, and that'll be in April 12th. And then we'll want to get permission for the students that will attend the international science fair, which will be in May. I think it's the week of the 11th to the 10th through the 16th. So the students will go there, the ones that are exhibitors will exhibit their projects, the ones that are alternate are like ambassadors for science. So what they do is they have to do 1 day of community service while they're at the science fair, where they present different topics in science and do workshops with all the students from the Columbus school system. And school systems outside, to go outside of Columbus and Ohio and everything. Anybody, the board or anybody has any questions, we'll answer this question.
Well, thank you, Mr.
Thank you, and the other thing is, I want to let you know, I appreciate everything the school board, the superintendent, all the teachers, the community of the game, that participated this year. And us have been doing it 40-something years, and it's been a wonderful experience for me. But the most moving thing that I see is every year, the number of students that now are professional engineers, doctors, lawyers, whatever, that come back and home every year with science fair. And just like we had a new one from Mason U this year, Miss Bobby over there, she's special ed. She participated in science fair when she was in high school. She's a friend of my daughter's. My daughter's been doing it for years. So she's been working with Alicia, helping us do a lot of the stuff, building the database for judges and things like that. And then Mr. Hayes' wife and my wife, both participating. Without them, we couldn't do this. Okay?
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you, Mr.
Alexander and Mr. Hayes. Are there any questions from the board for Mr. Hayes or Mr. Alexander?
Outstanding, again,
Thank you.
it's getting better in every year.
I think the one thing that I'm proud of is we managed to come back to growth.
Yeah.
Because one of the reasons I retired, I was afraid if I didn't do something, that we weren't gonna be able to sell. Well, I think we've been able to do it, because this year we had 5 different high schools that participated. Last year we had 5 different high schools that participated. Now we gotta train those teachers to get them involved in their schools and then to try those.
Good job. Ms. Daly?
Board members, we will have some action items to approve that travel in just a moment.
That'll be right shortly. Next presentation?
At this time, we have a presentation from Mrs. Vanessa Fernando. She is the advisor and sponsor of the Laguna Acoma High School DECA program. They have qualified to go to their national competition. And so I would like to turn the floor over to Ms. Fernando and her students.
Hello. So I brought myself and 3 of the 4 students that will be attending in Orlando, Florida, so I'll let them introduce themselves.
Hi, hello, my name is Paul.
Hi, my name is Maria, and I'm Sophia. Okay, and then the other student is Dominic Jones. He wasn't able to make it, but we put together a little short presentation to go over what the International Career Development Conference is and kind of like an overview of what we're looking at in terms of costs. Okay, so we got our agenda, course introductions, the ICC trip overview, student and advisor learning, our associated costs, and we'll just wrap it up with the points. So of course, we got DECA President and State Qualifier Paul Aragon, DECA State Qualifier member Amelia Wood, DECA State Qualifier and ICDC candidate Dominic Jones, and DECA State Qualifier member Sophia Lopez. Okay, we're going over the ICCC trip overview and student and advisor learning. I'll let Paul go into that one.
The location will be to Orlando, Florida, from the 25th to the 30th. The ICDC, the International Career Development Conference, what is a bigger version of the State Career Development Conference, which is held in each country for the national center. And the students around the U.S., including Canada and Hawaii, attend this conference to compete with the events and leaders, the series events, and we get the opportunity to network with students and advisors from around the world, as well as connect with businesses for future employment and workshops. Students will participate in emerging leaders series each day with sessions, provide meaningful material to help each chapter member. And they give advisor opportunities to participate in learning can't see that. Such as curriculum and chapter strategy connecting to businesses and how to empower chapter leadership and creative environment.
Yeah, so it's kind of like how I presented for us to go to Albuquerque for the state conference. Students have their events and they compete, and we had some state qualifiers, and now we have the chance to take 4 students to Orlando, Florida, just so they can experience the emerging leader series. So I have 2 seniors and juniors, and they pretty much do what they did at the state conference, but at a more kind of deeper level. They get to network not only with New Mexico students, but with students from pretty much all around the world. They give students opportunities to, I I would say just like further their education if they choose that route, or even employment opportunities for them as well. And even for me, advisors, we get to participate in curriculum, the chapter strategy, connecting with other businesses, even if it means here in New Mexico, like the local entities. We get to learn how to empower our chapters and our leaders, just so that we can have a stronger DECA chapter at Lincoln Acoma High School. And we work more on competitive events, so we can have more students who can qualify at the state and national level. Okay, so going over some costs. Okay, so registration fees, of course, I do have some strict deadlines. Some of the fees, $100 per attendee, so that includes the students, me, and my chaperone, and that $105 fee is for the early bird registration if we get it by March 19th, and it is paid by April 15th. After that date, then it bumps up to 120 per attendee. Next, of course, we have our hotel fees. We will be put up at the DoubleTree Suites by Hilton, Orlando, Disney Springs area. Single room, that would be for me and my chaperone, so we each get our own room. Their rate is $250. So obviously, we have to account for all 5 nights that we're there, and then that rate goes as well for the students. And now, obviously, we gotta think of how we're gonna get there. So that would be our flights. I looked at Southwest Airlines, that is probably the cheapest route to go. And the flights that I have found kind of bumped up in price. So flying there, $544 per person, and that's all 6 of us. And then on our way back, $539 per person. So, obviously flight costs vary as prices go up each day. So we really can't kind of pinpoint the exact price that we'll be paying, but that's just like a rough estimate. The next one are food fees. I'm not too sure how we'll go about that, but $15 as we do like a regular school field trip. For 3 meals each day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. For 6 people, for 5 nights, we have that trip there. Attraction fees, this one is kind of tricky, but the one that we had decided on is the 3-day park to park and DECA night at Universal Studios, where they rent out all of Universal Studios just for DECA students. And that's $299 per person. The PO for attraction tickets goes to National DECA and not NM DECA, but they can go to shopping centers, some that are very close by, the beach, obviously that's free, but we want to do other attractions, but that kind of depends on our timetable, as students have their sessions from 8 to 4 every day, and obviously advisors for DECA, we do our own jobs, like we help set up competitive events, and just help with that, so it kind of really depends on our time. And transportation fees to and from the convention center, Universal Studios, or anywhere else we plan to travel. So we have Uber and Lyft. So these are the choices that are pretty much easy and accessible for transportation for us 6. Obviously prices vary depending on the length of the drive and type of car being used. We'll probably need a bigger car as there are 6 of us, but if any other suggestions on how to go about utilizing those services, we can work that in as well. But yeah, everything is kind of set right here. The registration and hotel fees are combined. So those ones are a set, how much we're gonna be paying for, and then the hotel meals, attractions, and our flights. The flights and hotels is gonna be our biggest cost, as it's for 6 people. And like I said, even the flights, they vary depending on price, so I really can't tell you how much we'll be paying. We also have money in our account to help cover some of these costs, and we also got another funding support from the Career Technical Leadership in the amount of $2,000.
As we seek approval, we want to give a special thank you to the GCCS for giving other students the opportunity to participate in events that will help our students succeed and provide opportunities to travel and expand their education and career. With this trip, we will garner a greater participation with students at Lincoln Acoma, as they will see that their hard work does pay off
students who are dedicated to the program can have the chance to travel places, plan for their future, and see what the world has to offer. Not only will this open doors for the underclassmen, but for our senior students as well, as the DECA provides scholarships, opportunities, and future employment.
That was it. I don't know if you guys have any other questions for me or for the students.
Thank you, Ms. Fernando. Are there any questions from the board?
Does the hotel you say, provide free breakfast too? Or can they usually do?
I would have to check into that. The last for Albuquerque, they did have breakfast, but we had to pay for it.
Students, how do you like being in DECA? Is it kind of leading you towards careers?
Yeah, definitely towards business careers. It's like a whole different place when you go to the events, and you teach you a lot of skills that will help you like with leadership and communication and financial health.
Public speaking? You have a really good public speaking voice. These and DECA students learn about marketing and business and so it's.
What are you learning about it?
Well, this is my first year being the but I am very appreciative of the opportunity getting to go to Florida.
What things are you interested in for your future?
Well, I'm really interested into like getting my own business, kind of, because I want to go into cosmetology. Things I can do that is my business.
Own your own spa.
You say you wanted to try to develop your own business, is that what you said? That's unusual, but that's important to do, because it's risky, but the rewards are there for you. And so finding out from other applications and those students where you can see, we develop that understanding of what the opportunities for you. This is just working in schools and public service and doing things that make this country, which is entrepreneurial. Those things that you do for yourself, and you create service, or you create a product, and you have to sell yourself, you have to market yourself to create the market. That's very great. What is it that you're interested in?
Things that I'm interested in. Well, over the summer I've been working in retail, like here locally in organizations and stuff. And with DECA, so that I want to do another interest that I want to pursue, like how to financially handle my money wisely. Going out and doing that. Also giving opportunity for our school and the career efforts that I want to pursue as well. In colleges that have careers classes that I want to take that are out of state and that have better options for me. So that's what I want to say.
Ms. Fernando, how long have you been doing DECA?
This would be my second year.
Second year. Are you guys a voting delegate, or I was just reading some of this, I guess you'd have to be a member, a part of this program, or?
Yeah. Yeah, I have student members as well. For DECA.
I apologize for being late. Thank you all for being here. Ms. Daly?
What, Grandpa guy over here failed to.
He just got it.
I am a grandpa. I must confess.
Miss Lonzo is already doing all this hair stuff Now we present her.
Yeah.
Entrepreneurs.
Ms. Fernando has been a CTE teacher for,
Almost 5 years.
I was gonna say 6 years, 5 years. And she kind of restructured and refined the program last year, and our students are finding great success in DECA, and it's definitely leading them towards the careers that they're interested in. So we're super proud that you guys have qualified for nationals and get to go to this experience. It'll be great. You'll see the world.
And other kids.
We'll have an action item
Yes.
in a moment to approve their trip.
Perfect. Congratulations on your success so far and best of luck moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mrs. Lee, at this time, we have 3 action items. The first one is going to be consideration of approval for state science fair students overnight travel to Socorro. I recommend that we approve their travel.
Excellent. Board members, is there a motion to approve the state science fair students overnight travel to Socorro, April 11th through 12th?
I'll make the motion to approve.
Thank you. And a second, please. Thank you. It has been moved by Mr. Jaramillo and seconded by Ms. Hunt Daly to approve state science fair students overnight travel to Socorro, April 11th through 12th. Any discussion, board members? Hearing none, we shall proceed to a roll call vote. Mrs. Sandoval, please.
Dr. Ashambo,
Yes.
Mrs. Hunt Daly,
Yes.
Mr. Jaramillo,
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz,
Yes.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye, the motion carries. Next is consideration of approval of GCCS Science Fair ISEF qualifiers to travel to Columbus, Ohio. Is there a recommendation, sir?
I recommend that we approve this travel.
Excellent. Board members, is there a motion to approve the Grant Cibola County Schools Student Science Fair ISEF qualifiers to travel to Columbus, Ohio, May 10th through 16th, 2025?
I'll move to approve the travel.
Thank you. And a second, please. Excellent. It has been moved by Mr. Ortiz and seconded by Ms. Hunt Daly to approve the Grant Cibola County Schools Science Fair ISEF qualifiers to travel to Columbus, Ohio, May 10th through 16th. Any discussion, board members? Hearing none, we shall proceed to a roll call vote. Mrs. Sandoval, please.
Dr. Ashambo,
Yes.
Mrs. Hunt Daly,
Yes.
Mr. Jaramillo,
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz,
Yes.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye, motion carries. Next on our list is consideration of approval of the Laguna Acoma DECA students for out-of-state travel plans for a national competition. Mr. Widener,
I recommend that we approve this travel.
excellent. Board members, is there a motion for the Laguna Acoma High School DECA students to travel out of state? Excellent. And a second?
I'll second.
Wonderful. It has been moved by Ms. Hunt Daly and seconded by Dr. Archambault to approve the Laguna Acoma High School DECA students out-of-state travel for national competition. Any discussion, board members? Hearing none, we shall proceed to a roll call vote. Mrs. Sandoval, please.
Dr. Ashambo,
Yes.
Mrs. Hunt Daly,
Yes.
Mr. Jaramillo,
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz,
Yes.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye, that motion carries. Mr.
Congratulations.
Mr. Widener.
At this time, we have a few more presentations, and then we'll have action items. As we historically do in the spring, we ask our principals, our secondary principals, to come and update us on graduation and progress of students that are on the bubble that are their graduation plans. Unfortunately, tonight, only one of our principals could be here. Mr. Sanchez had surgery and hasn't been able to come back yet, and Mrs. Coles had an emergency, and so Mrs. Elkins is here, and so she's going to present on the Grants Pirates and the senior class of 2025, and let us know how her students are doing.
Good evening, Mr. President, board members, directors, friends. I actually took the data from the first presentation that we presented and just updated that. So demographics, all of that will remain the same, but I'm happy to report that, we originally reported that we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 students in the red. We have moved 3 of those students out of the red, 1 of them to green, so ready to go, and 2 of them are on track with their credit recovery. Unfortunately, that leaves still 2 students that are at risk of not graduating at this time. And the percentages will reflect those changes. As far as the students on track but with credit recovery, again, super happy to report that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 19 of those students have moved to my completely on track and recovered. And so you'll see those changes reflected there. We still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 students with credit recovery with the additional 2 that we moved up. And so all of that's reflective there. And so you'll see that out of all of them, we have 92%, 152 of our seniors completely on track, ready to go. 10 of those students, in contrast from the 30, I would say the first time, are on track, but we still need some credit recovery. We're on track with that credit recovery, so that's 6%. And again, I still have 4 students, I'm sorry, it should be 2, 2 students, 3 students that are at risk of not graduating now. 2 of those students are transfers in, and I know we talked about the struggles of taking seniors on transfer, especially second semester. That's really hard, because if you're a senior student in your second semester, there's always a question as to why we're moving at that time. And so, and 2 of those students are transfer students, and 1 is a student that we just kind of struggle. She's at school every single day, and we just kind of struggle to have her make up the credits and to do well in her classes. But very simple update, but lots of improvement since the last time that we spoke. Lots of movement to the green and movement to the yellow, out of the yellow, into the yellow. And so our possible no's are getting smaller and smaller. And I hope to continue to fight that battle with those 3 students. But we will update you probably next month as well. Can I answer any questions, concerns, anything?
Are those transfers in the district or are they from out of town?
Out of town. This is a transfer from out of town. Previously in district, like freshman year, and then out of town, and so, but out of town. And those are the hardest ones at this time to recover. They're really hard when they come to us as seniors mid-year from other schools. Because, and then sometimes graduation requirements change. And so for one of the students, his high school that he was currently at requires 19 credits to graduate, and we require 26. So he came in thinking that he was on track and was not on track. So things like that, but other than that, yes. Anything else I can address or answer?
So, I'll just, the chart, the grant high school action 22, the unit 12, that's the program that graduate.
I'm sorry, you just gave me.
The one where it's the black, where it has grant high school Acoma 22.
Yeah.
Those are the number of, and the rest that you're saying, that are on track are included in these numbers?
So that demographic one that you're looking at, yeah, so those are, so it goes down, so that'll tell you the amount of students on track and credit recovery and possible retention from that specific demographic group. So if you're looking at that first that first column, 18, 2, and 2. So 80% are currently, if we graduated today, we graduate from that demographic.
And we talk about credit recovery, is that total, online?
So we offer credit recovery online at a cost. We offer credit recovery in person free of cost after school. So we have both of those options. And so it's dependent on what their preference is. So if they're doing it online, they're doing it through Edgenuity from home. And if they're doing it with us, they're doing it. I can say that of the 3 that are on the red, they're recovering credit in person during the school day because they have that time embedded in their day. So we're doing that during their instructional day as well. And teacher led, those are teacher led. Yeah. Sure.
And the ones that don't or are not gonna make it, I don't know how to put it, I'll just put it like that. So what do we do to help them to recover?
So what happens with them is, so in the state of New Mexico, if you do not graduate with your cohort, but if you finish later, you're not considered a graduate, but you're considered a completer. And so it goes against our graduation rate. So depending on that student's age and the amount of credits, if a student needs 16 credits to graduate, unfortunately, our best bet, given the time constraints and, given what they need, is probably GED in a different path. But if they're close, our best case scenario is that we finish them in the summer, in that month of June and July, and we graduate them and we diploma them with their cohort. Like I said, the state's funny about age and the combination of age and how close they are to graduation. So they will age them out at 19 if they're not on track and close. Because we get situations where a kid was held back in kindergarten or first grade, and so they technically would age out, but they're on track with their cohort. So for those 3 students, summer is a high possibility for one of them. The other 2 turn 19 very early in the school year, One of them's closer than the other, and so we've had to have that hard conversation with one of them. And then the other one hypothetically could come back and finish in December.
So do we visit with the parent?
We do.
Thank you.
Consistent, yes.
Okay,
consistent.
I had that, some
Like-
people ask me. So.
Like enough so that they say, how do you get our name and number taken off of your,
Right.
off of our synergy, because we're tired of you guys calling.
Thank you, Ms. Alves.
Sure. Anything else I can answer or address?
How often do you go over their, transcript with them?
So our SSAs, their SSAs typically stay with them historically from their freshman year to their senior year, so it's the same one. So we get super aggressive their senior year, super aggressive. At this point, the students that you'll see on the credit recovery and the possible retention, we're meeting with them weekly. Our SSAs are even going to their classrooms and finding them and sitting with them and making sure that they're checked in. And so they're meeting with them at second semester on a weekly basis and making contact, like I said, with the families on a weekly basis, which isn't always super well received, but it's just like, hey, this is a reminder, your student hasn't completed their credit recovery. They haven't showed up to the school today, like where are they? So get super aggressive that last semester of their senior year.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
When you say cohort,
Yes, sir.
that's the cohort for 2025. I believe the way the state looks at cohort graduation rates, they look at when these kids were in 9th grade, 10th grade, the ideal is that every child, every student that was in 9th grade stayed with the program and graduated. Does this reflect that?
So, I don't know if I understand.
So you got the. You got how many? You have 152 contracts, 36, 62. Roughly 4 contracts.
Is the correct cohort. And you'll see on that second page that there's 170. I have 4 students that are in your cohort, so there's cohort 2026 that'll be graduating early that you guys met earlier this year. And then 2 from last year's cohort 2020.
I guess I'm saying let's just, go back to those kids who are seniors, those 156. Did you lose any on the way?
Every year, to transfer, to disenrollment, to GED, you know, to whatever it is, yes. We start our freshman classes with probably 200 to 220 students depending on the
So this, you would have about 200 kids at the beginning of that grade.
Yeah, it's a good
4 years
estimate.
ago. I wonder if that's the same with, LA. Well,
Like a similar trend.
yeah,
I think a lot of your kids also go virtual.
I'm losing kids in droves to virtuals. I think that, and I feel torn about that. I think that the options that are present in 2025 for a parent to educate their kid is vast, and I think that that empowers a parent to make the best decision for the kid. And I truly think that sometimes online learning is the best decision for a kid. I have a kid who will thrive at home by himself, whereas I'm trying to drag him out of bed every single day to get to school. And I think that education in 2025 has empowered parents to make those decisions. I think at the high school level, it has empowered students to advocate for what they feel like they need. And if this isn't it, there are 5 options for them. Whereas when I was in high school, you go to high school and you do it, you know, and you do it where we live, and that's your only option. And so I think, like I said, I feel torn about that, because as a parent, I think that it has empowered us to make the best decisions for our kids. As an administrator, I hate to see our enrollment dip like that to our competitors, you know, per se. But yeah, we lose kids to virtual.
so that's the way the state collects the data and reports the data back. So when we see graduation rates, we see the 4-year graduation rate. And so we're saying that rate is influenced by that attrition that occurs over the 3 to 4 years.
Yeah, so the rates that you're seeing are reflective of bodies in seats, not of students who started at Grand High School in the 9th grade. That would be a little bit different, because they still report. No problem.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Elkins.
Thank you, Mrs. Elkins. Mrs. Lee, at this time, 4 years ago, the school district started their own security department. And so we started a security department. It has grown. We have security staff at multiple sites, on multiple campuses, and we have since hired a coordinator of security who is our district coordinator. As you all know, an important part of our strategic plan, goal number 3, is that we have safe and inclusive schools. And so we've tasked our coordinator with making that a priority, helping to make sure that we have safe schools and safe campuses. And so I've asked Jeremy Hawker, our coordinator of security, to come and talk to you about what's going on with security and kind of keeping that on the forefront and the importance, because I know you all as board members worry about the safety of kids on campuses. So, Mr. Hawker.
Good evening, Superintendent, GCCS administrators, board members, Ms. Lee, Ms. Daly, Dr. Archambault, Mr. Ortiz, Mr. Jaramillo. I do consider it a privilege to be able to come and speak this evening. As I sat here watching tonight's proceedings go by and seeing students from Laguna Acoma and students from Grants High School being recognized for their accomplishments, it reminds me of why this job of safety and security exists. It's to give those young people an opportunity to succeed in life. Because as we all know, if we look at the culture in the world and where it's at today, it is almost impossible for young people. I hear people all the time say, I would hate to send my kids to school in the world the way that it is today. And being a father and having two grandsons, I want to be able to stand and say, you know what, I have no problem sending my kids to Grant Cibola County School. And in order to do that, it's going to take more than just somebody in a security coordinator role. I don't know, do you have that slide?
She's getting it sent.
You're waiting for it, okay. We don't necessarily have to have that. Basically, I had the opportunity for the second year to go with my boss, Ron Tripplehorn, to the New Mexico Safe Schools Summit, which is held in Albuquerque. And at that summit, you see vendors who are selling bulletproof glass, and they are selling 6-foot razor wire fencing, and they are selling, metal detectors, and they are selling, every kind of thing imaginable that you could use for a security capacity. And as I went there, I went with one thing in mind, and my thing is, all of those measures are reactionary measures. My thing is I want to take a proactive approach to how we are securing our campuses for our students. And so as I thought about that, there was a question that came to my mind, and I want you guys to consider this question with me tonight, and that question is simply this. How do you define school safety? It's easy to put it in a nutshell and say that, well, school safety is just simply keeping kids safe, that's it. But as I've been in this role and as I've had the opportunity to talk to other people, that has expanded and it has grown and it has changed. And the definition that I've been able to come up with is school safety is what we do every day to address and improve the culture and environment that protects our staff and students. And so that's become a bit of a challenge. You can just leave it on that first slide, Mr. Martin, we'll just go with that. We're already here, right? So school safety is what we do every day to address and improve the culture and environment that protects our staff and our students. And I feel a vital part of that culture must be our school board. I believe that having our school board be a part of those conversations, being included in what our policies and our procedures are, being included in what safety measures we have and what we are doing to keep our students safe. I believe it is vital that they have that input. Matter of fact, there's an article in Campus Safety Magazine where a gentleman says that the best schools and the safest schools are board-driven and superintendent-led. And ultimately what that means is that school safety, it starts from the top down. And it goes from the boardroom to the classroom, to the cafeteria, to the football field, to every area that we impact on our school campuses. And it's not something that can be accomplished by one person as a coordinator or as a director or as principals, even though every day I have the opportunity to see some of our principals and staff doing great things at their schools in order to keep things safe. Right now, we all know that Mesa View has a construction project and they've been hit with a challenge because in the midst of building a new building and putting all that together and navigating parking spaces and all that, the city decided that they were going to continue their water project, and so they took away a street. So we have staff that is standing there at the edge of the property and dropping off students and picking up students and helping those students get in and ensuring the safety of those students. I have the opportunity to see that, to see principals and teachers and counselors interact with those kids. I have the opportunity to go to Milan Elementary where Principal Gutierrez brings out a 6-foot boombox and plays music as the kids come in and they high-five these young people. We gave out awards for SEL. This is SEL, but it's also safety. It's also creating a culture and an atmosphere for our students come into. At Grants High School, you see our principals who are here tonight, and I'm not saying this just because they're listening, but you see them, their interactions with their staff, with their students, and working with them in the morning, they're greeting those young people. That is the environment and that is the atmosphere that is going to ultimately keep our kids safe and give more kids that opportunity to be a part of DECA, to be a part of wrestling, to be a part of a championship baseball team, to be a part of a state team that goes to play basketball. And so my ask from you tonight is your help in defining what our culture is going to be and how we are going to create an environment that is going to keep our students safe, because we all know that the options on the table, obviously we can bring in SROs, we can bring in armed security, we can bring in all these kinds of things. But ultimately, I believe the answer and the solution that we have to keeping our kids safe is in this room, and it starts here tonight. Something that Director Triplehorn and I have had many conversations about and have actually begun to put together is a comprehensive safety plan and protocol for our district. Something that our school board can approve and say, this is comprehensive from Laguna to Cabero to Seb, all the way out to Blue Water in San Rafael, that all our schools can follow, so we all know exactly what we are doing in any kind of situation there is, and be able to filter that down to schools so that their individualized school safety plans can be based off of that. We can have conversations about utilization of metal detectors or wands or any of those other things in our schools and begin to create that culture. Something that we came up with that I want you to think about is, it is a challenge. Safety is a challenge. And sometimes safety ends up being more of a gotcha. You go and you catch somebody with a door propped open and it's like, I got you. You go and you catch somebody, oh, your kids are all leaving campus, I got you. You got, issues and sometimes it seems like safety comes across as we're always trying to find the bad. So the challenge that Ron and I have talked about is we want to find the good. And so if you know anything about the military and about challenge coins, there's something that goes back to World War I, which was called a coin check. And what that was is that soldiers would all gather after the war and they'd all be in the bar. And everybody'd be in the bar talking about their exploits in the war, right? Well, we did this, and we did that, and we were here, and we were there. And sometimes there were people in there and they're like, you know what, I don't quite believe you. So what they did is they would have a coin check because they would receive coins that proved where they were or where they had fought or what they had done. And so if anybody was ever questioned about their service, they pulled out their coin and they put it on the bar and they'd say, here it is, right here. And so somebody else would have to pull theirs out. That generated into, somebody who had the highest coin, everybody would have to buy them drinks for the rest of the night. So I spoke with Director Triplehorn and we came up with what's going to be our own coin check. And we're going to give these to our directors, to our school board members, and to our principals. And this is how we're going to have conversations. Is when we go to somebody about a security issue, it's not going to be, hey, why are you allowing this? Hey, why are you doing that? It's going to be, hey, we have a challenge. How are we going to meet that challenge? And we're going to talk about what that challenge is. If it's prop doors, if it's students leaving, if it's ditching, whatever that is, if it's, vaping in the bathrooms, we're going to sit down and we're going to have those conversations. But not only that, the cool thing about challenge coins is they're made to be given away. It's recognition for somebody who has done a service. And so what my thought is this: how cool would that be for our people, our cooks and our custodians and our maintenance personnel, our teachers, who are out there every day, they're the boots on the ground, to have somebody come up to them and say, hey, I saw what you did earlier. That kept our students safe. That kept our campus safe. This is for you. How cool would it be at the end of the year to find out where Superintendent Widener's coin ended up? Where Board Member Lee, President Lee's coin ended up? Where Mr. Triplehorn's coin ended up? Where Miss Elkins' coin ended up? Because it's giving that recognition for people and saying, hey, you're doing something that's changing the culture of our schools and our environment. And I believe that this is something that it can impact our community, that can create an atmosphere where kids want to learn, where kids want to participate, where retention goes up, where graduation rates go up, because people do not fear sending their kids to Grand Cibola County Schools. That's all I have. If there's any questions from you, Ron Triplehorn would be happy to answer all of those.
Board members, any questions for Mr. Hawker?
Well, like she said, at this time you turn on the TV and you hear about security and safety and like Ms. Elkins was saying, everybody's turning to going online and learning. He said, why send our kids to school? It sounds like they're vaping all over the place and they're letting the kids run around, and so we'll just put them online. I think it's a good idea.
And I believe if we can have these conversations, the reason I bring this up is I met a guy there named Kirk Carpenter. Some of you may know him. He was the principal at Aztec High School when they had their tragic incident. They lost 2 students. And that man speaks about safety with a passion. And prior to their incident, they had trainings, they had, all their, things going on, but they did not have conversations with their school board. After their incident, they made it a point that they put a safety item on the agenda for every school board meeting. It could be a 5-minute, quick conversation, whatever it is, but it was something about safety and security that was talked about at every school board meeting in order to ensure that they were doing everything they possibly could so that they would never lose the lives of their students again. And the heroes that day ultimately wasn't the guys in uniform, wasn't the security that they had there. It was a simple custodian. A man who simply saw something, did something about what he saw, and he changed the culture and the environment of that entire school. And I believe that's what's going to keep our schools and our campuses safe, is we all coming together, defining what security is, and being willing to accept those challenges and take those head on. Yes, ma'am.
Hold active shooter training, and I think that's the one that's more recent.
So myself and Ron went to an ALIS training where we actually became ALIS trainers. And so what we want to do is begin to implement that into either PD days or something where we can begin to go to sites individually and have trainings with them for that, so that we can better educate people, because they've actually kind of gone away from just active shooter and now it's basically just an act of violence, because it's not just a shooter anymore, it could be any number of things. And so those are something that we're looking at. That's something that I've spoken with Superintendent Ms. Salazar about how we can fit that into this tight schedule that everybody has and make that a priority.
Do you coordinate with the different, the level police, the academic level police, the unit level police, and booster youth trainers there in their communities?
So we, in their communities, no, but we do, I do not know if they've had anybody after Mr. Speakman out there in Laguna Acoma, but Laguna Acoma, we have spoken with them, we have invited them to safety assessments that we have to include them in that. Matter of fact, at the training that we were at, there was a gentleman there from the Navajo Tribal Police who did a presentation about active shooter training. And so I did connect with that gentleman to talk to him because of our demographic. I believe that that would be something that we could invite somebody, like that to come and speak. I know several people that have offered their services. One lady, Teresa Enriquez, she works for the New Mexico Department of Homeland Security. She will come and she will do trainings, either to the board, to admin, to staff, and the best part is, it'll be on the state of New Mexico's dollar. And so we can have these people come in. There's another lady, Angelique Cedillo, she does a tremendous presentation about student safety. It's called, I think it's Red Flags and Green Lights. And it just talks about student interactions and different things like that. And again, this is something that we can schedule and have these people come out and they can do a training. And I believe that it would be something that would impact the culture for our schools.
I understand that at each school and culture is different.
Mhm.
And I've taught 6 different districts, and it's all different. And I don't know, there's a plan to uniform it so that even if you move from one school to another school, you have a basic component of how to coordinate that.
That is, you're correct, ma'am, is that we are not comprehensive across the board right now as far as what we do. And so that is part of the concern that we've had, and that's why we've sat down and brainstormed and began to put together a plan. And once we have that, we want to present that to the board for approval, so that the board can say, yes, this is the plan we want, so that every school is in line with that plan. And so that way, our ESS subs and everybody who goes out to a school, no matter what site they go to, they know exactly what the protocol is at that school because it's our district protocol, so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else, board members?
Well, like Ms. Daly was saying that, we have that disciplinary handbook that we wanted to go across the board, and I think security should fall across the board too, that we're all on the same page, and like she said, we're on the same page with our communities, whether it's Blue Water Village, or the sheriffs, or it's Laguna or Acoma Police Department, they're on the same page with the school district too. I like the idea.
Yes, sir.
I'm just reading the last, thank you, very good. Very good.
Thank you.
So what do we do? What's our next step?
Right, so Mr. Jaramillo and I were able to talk at a finance committee meeting with Mr. Hawker, and that's why he's here today, because we were very excited to learn about how driven he is in making sure that our students are safe and our faculty and every single person who sets foot onto a GCCS site is safe. And so my suggestion to Mr. Hawker and Mr. Triplehorn is that we get some type of a draft plan for what it is we board members need to look at and be able to have our first steps to looking at how we can adopt whatever that plan is. But we also know that that's gonna very likely be a multi-step plan. So Mr. Hawker being here this evening is the first step to make the board aware that they are indeed interested in getting a plan, put in place and be able to start the steps moving forward to get adoption of what that plan is. And I know Mr. Hawker and Mr. Triplehorn have said that they would love to have board feedback on things that are important. One of the things that Mr. Hawker said to me when we were talking is it's not buy-in, it's ownership. And we all need to be part of the ownership of what our district is gonna do to be safe. And so I think next steps are gonna be pretty big for Mr. Hawker and Mr. Triplehorn in getting some type of plan of systems and everything in a draft form and be able to do that. And I'm hopeful, Dr. Archambault, that we'll be able to have a work session and be able to get some of this information and start being able to have dialogue as a whole board about what those things are, because the first question Mr. Hawker said and asked us is, how do you define school safety? And that's gonna require us having a dialogue about that, but having a starting point may be important. You raised your hand,
Yeah.
sir.
So, one of the possible issues that we're gonna run into with this process is, just like the school safety plans that are developed, those are not generally available to the public. Because we don't want our playbook being out there for anyone to see what we're gonna do in a certain situation. So this work may have to be done in some sort of executive session or some parts of it, not all of it, just some parts of it. So there's a lot of logistical things that we need to think about when we bring the board in on this process, so.
That's very good clarification and correct. We don't want a playbook for an active shooters type situation.
We have a question.
The other thing you might consider is because, this came up in one of the schools I was at, even though they had the students themselves and the staff had the training. So, and of course, parents always are out there, and where you're trying to keep quiet, and all of a sudden the parent gets worried, so they call the child and the phone starts to ring inside a closet, inside a classroom, and to,
Checking on their kid.
yeah, to somehow include the community, to have a sense of what shouldn't be done. And so, when we had a real live one,
So the Aztec situation, there was 360 phone calls to 911 when that happened. There was only one call that came from the school. The kids were calling their parents from the closets or wherever they were, and parents were calling 911. The kids in the building never called 911. They called their parents, and yes, you're correct. I mean, as soon as we go into a lockdown, of course, if we're doing drills, we always inform the community before we do a lockdown drill. We send out a robocall saying, hey, we're gonna be doing a lockdown drill. Don't freak out if your kid calls you and we're saying you're in lockdown. But in a real situation, unless, the state decides to ban cell phones in schools, which that's not happening. And even then, they're still gonna have their phones with them even if we ban them. That's a huge issue, but we do need, most school districts and all the school districts that I've been in, we train the staff of what to do in those situations, but we never really talk to the kids about what to do in that situation. Do you want your phone ringing when you're hiding in the closet from an active shooter? No, you don't. You put it on, well, most kids don't have their ringers on anyways, at least mine doesn't.
Yeah.
But do you wanna be making noise when you're trying to hide? And so we do need to expand the training to the students. Part of the Alice training is also that we can train the parents of kind of the basic protocols that we follow. Again, we don't wanna give them all of our game plans, but tell them what Alice is about, and how how it affects their students.
We started the policies. So we have to look at the policies, that drives whatever it is that we do.
100%.
So that would be the first thing to do, is do we need additional policies? Are our existing policies sufficient to lead us, lead administration to develop, to take this and expand it? So that's my suggestion on doing that. I like the idea of always including the kids, their voices. Have them be engaged so that they know that we're working on trying to secure the safety. And they'll tell the parents that the schools are, and the district is working on. Right. We need to develop a way to incorporate parental and student voices into this really good. And basically our game plan, when do you want to get something proposed, or what's, and like I said, what are the next steps? And so we can have those specific outline, that'll be helpful.
Absolutely.
So our goal would be to have these protocols in place, not necessarily policies, Most of the research that Mr. Hawker and I have done, the current school board policies do support the safety initiatives. We just need to come up with common protocols across the district. I don't think we need to change any policies at this point, because we're not looking at putting metal detectors in for students to walk through. If we did that, that would be a policy change that we would have to do. Most of what we're gonna be working on with you all is getting the ownership on the protocols that we wanna follow when there's a safety incident in the district, no matter where it's at.
Thank you, sir. Board members, anything further? Mr. Hawker, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Appreciate you being here. Mr. Reiner.
At this time, on our March 3rd board meeting, we talked about budgets and we looked at our budget a little bit as a board. And I think Mrs. Hunt Daly had some questions about some of the accounts. And so I asked Mr. Jones to come back tonight and talk about those accounts and kind of clarify some of the confusion over that.
President, members of the board, I'm just about as excited about budget season as one person can be. And I think it's really, what an awesome night that we've had with all the recognitions for our staff and for our students. And our budget, this is my mind, our budget should reflect those things. So I know that I can't speak to years past and how things were created or how things were presented. So I'm taking this opportunity as a clean slate. This is how we're gonna be doing things moving forward, and it's gonna be awesome. I started screen sharing, but it's not showing up. Let me see if I can fix it. Just thinking about it. Let's see if I share all of them. There we go. Small and out of the way. So, last time we talked, we had some news dates and some things up in the air. I am happy to report that we have some solidified dates for our budget prep season. The first being April 2nd. April 2nd is the day that we're gonna have our community forum. It'll be in this room. And that will give the community the opportunity to come and say, hey, we would like to see more spending with HVAC updates, because that's something that's gonna come. We would like to see increased budget for security or increased budget for special education or science fair or whatever it is, and then we take that information and we take our feedback seriously so that we can get that taken care of. The next item is the spring budget workshop, which is put on by New Mexico ASBO in partnership with NAPED. That's where we go and we get our rate so we can estimate what we're gonna get with our SEG money and our transportation money. And I have provided a copy of the draft agenda for that meeting to the board members that have indicated that they want to attend. And Ms. Sandoval was so kind to include that in your board packet tonight as well. A lot of the things are up in the air. I've talked to Mr. G, who's the executive director of ASBO, and it's gonna be a jam-packed session. There's a lot going on. Our legislators have taken a lot of time trying to figure things out, and they have worked diligently and through a lot of back and forth to get that number. One of the big items included the movement to the level 1, level 2, level 3 teachers to 55, 65, 75, which are already there. And then the 4%, which the details and the language on that really matters when we go to budget. Sometimes it's across the board, and sometimes it's an average, and we have a little discretion there. I'd also like to report that we have a new budget analyst. Her name is Sarah Benavides. And she'll never see this meeting, but our former budget analyst, Maddie Jimenez, has been so good in helping me understand the timeline and the process and how we can be in compliance on the state side of things and how we do things, even down to the form that she'll give us so that we have board approval of our budget and all those things. And her and I have just clicked. We're both detail-oriented people, and we're in the process right now of actually solidifying all of our numbers from the 80th day and the 120th day, so we know what our funding is going to be more accurately.
What's your name again?
Her name is Sarah Benavides, and she will actually be at ASBO at the conference, and she has a room for the handfuls of schools that she works with. So I would love to introduce those that attend to her, as she's kind of our point of contact with things. I did also want to touch on the UCOA, is what they're gonna call this at the spring budget workshop. So every school district ever has a uniform chart of accounts, and the way that they explain this to you is that your account line tells a story. It tells you the funding source, it tells you where it's going, down to the site, down to the activity, so whatever it is. So the wrestling team at Grants High School has a very specific code that is only for them in the whole world. And it's really cool, so you can tell what schools are expending based just on that code. So these are the fund codes, and I'll share this with you as well. This came right out of the New Mexico Public Education Department Manual of Procedures, and it gives a breakdown of, this is the 1,000 accounts, the 11,000 is general, the 13 is transportation, and that lines that out. I attempted at creating my own, and then realized that I'm an educator and I can rip things off and call it my own, so I will, that PDF is really small, and I'll email that PDF that has the entire UCOA manual of procedures, so
Thank you.
you can be up to date on anything that is changing, because there are changes periodically to how this is done and how it is carried out. So this is, when you're in business college, they tell you that accounting is the language of business. UCOA is the language of school business, because we know how we're spending. And that comes into play with our budget as well, because we look at a salary expense, and from the code, you can tell where that person is working, if they're working in special education, or if they're working in a Title VI program, they have a specific code for each one. Which brings me to our budget format. So I wanted to thank both Dr. Archambault and Mrs. Lee for coming to my office and having a discussion about how the budget is to be presented to the board and exactly what you're looking for. So I just took a really quick snip. The school that we're looking at is SEV. I picked SEV because it was the smallest, it was the most information that I could get on a single slide. And I'll just break it down really quick. So if you see in the far left corner, that has the 11,000 account, because this is the operational fund. So you see the funding source, and then you see the expense, and this is for 14, 15, and projected 16. So this is a decade old. I would like to get back to this model, because this model tells a really, really good story. I am taking on this role, and the name of the game is justification. Anything for students is easy to justify. So we look at these FTEs, which is the full-time equivalent, and we make sure that our FTEs are appropriate for our student population. So we're making sure that if a kindergarten teacher has 15 students or more, they have an aide with them, and we have budgeted for that aide. So we're in the process right now of gathering all of this data, which we have in our student information system called Synergy, and verifying that all those things are up to date with our principals, so that they have some ownership of their budget as well. So that they are up to date, they know how much they have to spend, and they know where that money is going, so that they can better serve their students. Because the last thing we want to do is have a teacher that needs an aide, and we are doing all these adjustments to budgets and things once it's happening, which building a budget is not a perfect science. We do the best that we can. I would love to be 95% accurate, and then move that 5% as it's needed. It's a lofty goal, but I think that it's doable. think that the biggest thing that I'm making sure that we're doing, and this is something that Sarah is really just hand in hand with, is making sure that all of our budgeting decisions are benefiting our students. So I mean, with even, again, the presentations tonight, it would be awesome if we knew what the security budget was and what we were able to do, because then you're taking a plan and you're quantifying it. We can do this much this year, we can do, you know, and make sure that it's feasible. The challenge point thing was a great idea to change the culture. That cost the school district $1,100 was all, to have these custom points that were made and things that we can do like that. So I stand for questions. I'm excited for this budget season. I appreciate the grace that you've granted me stepping in late in the game this school year and have never really worked with a school budget. For me, the money and the numbers come easy. It's the details and making sure that everything is in line for you and also for the state that I'm really solidifying now. I'm hoping that by our due date, which is May 13th, we can get the board-approved budget to NPED. We will have an opportunity to present the budget in an informal meeting before we have an action item to approve. And I will say again, you cannot hurt my feelings. I trust that all of you have our students' interests at heart, and I will make sure that our budget reflects that.
Thank you. Board members, questions for Mr. Jones? Yes, ma'am.
You know that the State Department of Education has their own ideal budget format, and you're working with that sense, using their format.
Yeah, so what's so wonderful about all of this is OBMS, which is the tool that the state uses to update everything, it will take a CSV file. So we can take an Excel spreadsheet, simplify it into a CSV, and submit it. So that's kind of their caveat. And it's kind of crazy on how much data they process. So they will take our budget, they'll search for errors, and then there's a likelihood that they kick this back and say, hey, you transposed some numbers here, or this is messed up, and they'll ask questions because it goes through a number of reviews. How come the expense for security has improved or increased versus last year, and those sorts of things. So we are totally in compliance and will be in compliance with what the state is asking.
And the reason I asked that is that 5 or 6 years ago, our budget did not have the identification of actual numbers so that we could track, is that what capital expenditure, is that what the school expenditure? And I can't remember the lady's name that came and set up our budgets for us. She gave us the right numbers and the accounts that they should be handling the expenditures to that account. And so we were in real hot water because our budget system didn't contain any of those. And it was hard for them to follow that budget because we didn't know where we were, or they didn't know where they were expending or detailing an expenditure under what number. She came in and built a whole number system for us, and it's been the same number system for years with the State Department of Education and Finance Committee. Just forewarned that the Finance Committee does protect those line item budget very carefully, and we got followed the cover once, and we had to go before them because we had not identified the expenditures in the right account format, and so, and I think that the State Department of Education has always had the same amount, so it's 8012 something that is capital, and then 6 something out is teacher. So that was easier for them to track where these expenditures were going rather rather than us come up with our own, or each school district come up with their own numbering system and code. They found very serious on that, they want us to use their code. And so education budgetary is not what you learn in accounting 101 or accounting 102 or econ 101, it's very different.
It's very much its own language.
Mhm.
I'll say, and you'll find that I probably say too much. Hopefully we'll have Mr. Manning here in a second to deliver our audit. We have had audit findings regarding that exact, where we have an employee that has been hired and paid under a certain account. And then in the course of their career, they've been transferred and it fell through the cracks and we didn't adjust their line item. So the example that Mr. Manning will give you is we had somebody that was working under a food service contract, so their account line should have reflected money that we got from USDA. And in fact, it did not when they moved to the business office. So we're in the process right now of making that amendment to make sure that we are in compliance and so that we can fix that. And we're in the process. I really appreciate our directors, especially Mrs. Griego, that have met with the business office staff, and we have audited all the special education employees to be in compliance with making sure they're being paid through IDEAP as much as we can or as acceptable. So it's the same kind of thing where I think that Dr. Martin, a certain portion of his pay comes from early education or pre-K money because of his responsibilities and his role. And that's something that right now we have a lot of cleanup to do. But once we get everything cleaned up, it'll just be a quarterly check to make sure that we are in compliance so that we don't have these ugly audit findings years and years and years, and we fix it, so.
Have we fixed all the audit findings that we had years ago? Probably not. But I think we get, what we also need, and we shouldn't have to ask for it, is a budget update on, the budget is our baby, that's our forte, the board's forte. And so I would like to know when things get close to being overextended, and how we deal with that. And I know we have these cute little, what do they call them, budget adjustments? Bars, I would just like to have that information ahead of time instead of having to look at the bars and say, what happened here? Okay, now everything in the, but just keep us updated on possible over expenditures so that we're not we shouldn't have to ask for them as the person responsible for our budget. You should reveal that to us directly, because we the board have to answer to the people upstairs about how we're expending our money.
I agree completely and am happy to comply with that request. The way that our software that we enter our budget internally, it's called ERP Pro, Tyler Technologies Visions. There's a lot of names for it. It will actually show you, so if Mr. Triplehorn has his secretary Gloria input a requisition and she selects the proper line item, if everything is done properly, it will tell her how much of that budget that it's going to be expending and how much she's gonna have left over and all those things. So for me to generate a line item account for all these big accounts to deliver to the board is something that I would love to make a regular thing, monthly or quarterly or however the board sees fit, so that we can make sure that we are in control of our budget. I like tracking progress, so for me it's, and I don't mean this to lighten it, but to me it's a game. How much of this can we actually predict, and how much can we account for without having to do those bars, which we're gonna have to do. They exist for a reason. I guess what I'm saying is, I agree, amen. I'll make sure that is the case, so that when those bars come, it's not like a re-education of like, where the heck is this money and why are we over and all those things, so that you're up to date. And it is your baby. Hire the superintendent, approve the budget. That's what you do.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Dr. Archambault?
Thank you. I think you need more than just one meeting with the public, so we need to rethink that.
Sure.
Because you've got a large school district, and we can't all just come to this one place to do that. The state's guidelines indicates that we should have more budget study sessions, parent meetings, and that sort. Just have to brainstorm, be creative about how best to do that. I would suggest working with your colleagues to figure out what would be an effective way to engage our stakeholders so that they'll know what it is we're going to do. And have them realize that the state legislature has, impacts us greatly on what it is that we get.
Absolutely.
We have a time crunch. But I would suggest, President, that we need to ensure that the public feels that they're aware of what the.
Informed.
Yeah, and.
And involved.
And involved and convey, what they consider to be their concerns, their interests, their desires, for this budget. We also need to remember that the policy says that our budget needs to be, reflective of our priorities, our educational priorities, our plans, our plans for each year, what it is we're going to be spending funds on. So what we make, just for instance, like science, can we entertain a new science endeavor that ensures we get more students involved? How will we do that? But each one of the principals also builds their budget, as we know. And they got their numbers in that sheet that spreadsheet. One column that I could see be included in there would be the enrollment for, say, like first grade, second grade, third grade. So that you break out that 1411 account. And then you'll see all of the teachers in that school, say Carrero. How many teachers do they have in first grade, second grade, third grade?
Sure.
Then have a column that indicates the enrollment, projected enrollment, so that that's where they get involved in it. They build their site budgets and you merge what their expectations are from their spreadsheets into your master spreadsheet and see whether or not whether they're truly reflected, whether the needs are truly being reflected by the budget proposals that they're going to send to you. They may underestimate, they may think that you don't need that many, but when the district and Mr. Wagner looks at it, you may see that maybe you can change the personnel to accommodate whatever it is. We know that each group of ratios are very important. We have to recognize that. Absolutely. The needs of our students are great. And how does our budget address that? We heard at the meetings that 80 to 90% is already going to be locked in.
Yeah.
So how do you get your budget to reflect the priorities of the district's needs? That's the challenge. That's where the community needs to be able to weigh in and say, we think these are our needs, and we need to see whether that is something that we can accommodate as we are beginning to listen to our communities on that. We just heard some potential directions. We can just even tonight, every board meeting will hear something that, hey, is this something we can do? And to what extent? Or are there any supplemental funds that are available besides the ACG monies? So, you've got February, March, and then you're gonna have to begin to merge all those site budgets and department budgets.
The dates, or was it just online?
And
For the conference?
No, for,
you already have,
put the slide back up with the dates.
beginning balances, you already have all these different accounts filled with whatever it is that you have. And what we wanted to see, what we would want to see is what that budget is going to look like. And I think we're getting nervous because it's March and April's going to be 2 more meetings. present the budget. First meeting in May, backwards. Design that means we got 2 meetings in April. So the first, so when would we have these, community listening?
April second is the one that you're,
And that's the scheduled forum, and I totally agree. Our discussion has been hold one central, hold one on the west side, hold one on the east side, so that we can accommodate those people that are traveling. It's a lot easier for myself and Mrs. Wilson to drive to Blue Water than it is all the parents at Blue Water to come here.
You might think of some other ways to gain input too, besides just on-site. I think on-site's really important. The tribes are gonna be very interested, so you have to figure out how to do that.
Sure.
And, as we know, that the academic performance is critical for us for this week. We have a challenge ahead of us every year, to try to improve academic performance. A lot of our Native American students are not doing as well as they should, so how do we address that? And that's what they're gonna wanna know. They wanna know how, what programs are gonna be used, what staffing is going to be developed for each of those that where the kids attend. That's pretty, provide our stakeholders as much opportunity as possible. We may even have other comments made, especially during this period of uncertainty, that we may just need to hear. They may be talking about things that it's not under our control, it just comes up, so we might need to be able to provide our communities with an opportunity to share their concerns, their anxieties and their frustrations about things that are going on that are impacting, and just be able to give them an opportunity to express those things, because it's happening right now. Thank you, I think we need more to be done, as you know.
Oh, yeah.
And,
Just to check in. And
perfect.
I'd love to check in at the next meeting if necessary, because I think the timing of that'll be
The day before.
the day before.
Mhm.
Okay, perfect.
And you'll let us,
2 weeks, so we'll have a week after as well.
and you'll let us know when the other meetings are able to be scheduled as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Excellent. How are you advertising these meetings?
So, Dr. Martin is the Facebook posting extraordinaire, so we like to do that. We also make sure that our sites know that those meetings are going on so that they can inform parents and community members as well, because Mrs. Elkins' reach to the parents of Grants High School is significantly stronger than mine, or even Dr. Martin's with Facebook.
Sure.
Because, when she sends emails or messages, the parents listen, so whenever we solidify that other date or those other dates, we'll make sure that those people in those areas are notified, so that we can make sure. We'll see what works. I mean, maybe Facebook's not the avenue to go because of the age gap, and it's young parents that have kids.
Well, I think the robocalls always work, at least with the numbers of the people. And then I know the robocall used to go to my email directly as well.
Yeah.
So I know that that's a very good avenue.
I agree, and I know the robocalls work well because every time we send one, our phones blow up. I answered and I was, stepping out of the shower.
I just did it.
Right.
What was that for? And
Right.
so we're in a 2-hour delay.
Sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Jones. I would like for us to go ahead and move, because I don't see Mr. Manning on yet. If we can move to consideration of approval to purchase from Conti, that action item, and follow that with the consent agenda, and then we'll let Mr. Widener go until Mr. Manning is able to join us.
Perfect, and Mr. Manning, just so you know, Tuesday night is a popular night for
Yes.
school board meetings, so he had
Central Consolidated, right, and one other one?
We requested the meeting 2 minutes apart from each other. He confirmed that he would go to the central meeting, and then we called him and said, "You'll never believe this, but I have another call." So I anticipate that he will be here any second.
Perfect. All right, board members, consideration of approval to purchase from Conti individual heating and cooling units for GHS in the amount of we do have the same numbers, yes. $184,923 even, Mr. Wiseman.
I recommend that we approve. We've talked about this at a couple of meetings, so now we have the correct paperwork, so I recommend that we approve.
Excellent. Board members, is there a motion?
Make the motion.
I just handed it to you.
It's, yeah. Here,
No, it was the one we tabled, right?
Yes.
Did we table it?
Yes.
no, we didn't table, we
Or just
postponed.
postponed it?
Now, is this one gonna solve all the problems we've been having?
No,
Never, but it's gonna make it a lot
and a
better.
lot better, yeah.
Yes, sir.
So one of the reasons that we're doing this is because we're gonna be replacing the HVAC system in that building. We are getting ready to put the RFP out for that, I think, next week. And during that time, we may have parts of the building that are down when we're putting the new system in. So this is a proactive approach so that we don't have rooms without heat when we're doing that construction, so.
Or cooling, it's both,
Or
right?
cooling, yes, they're both.
All right, is there a motion?
I make the motion to approve the award to Conti.
And a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. It has been moved by Mr. Jaramillo and seconded by Mr. Ortiz to approve the purchase from Conti individual heating and cooling units for Grants High School in the amount of $184,923. Is there any discussion, board members? Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to, when you say that it's not gonna solve all our problems, is it just that's a very expensive Band-Aid, $184,000. What, is there a better way to do this? Cause I know we have this problem almost every year, something breaks down at some school.
Mr. Jones?
So this is an investment of sorts. These units have a useful life longer than just a Band-Aid. It's something that has created a logistical issue for Mr. Tribblehorn because we're gonna have to store these units when they're not in use. But this is something that if we had an issue at SET with their heating and cooling, we can move these units once Grants High School is fixed and operational to there, just so that there's no lost construction time. So this $184,000 may be heating and cooling, filling in for the next decade, which is a good expense considering just keeping kids in school and making sure that they're there for instruction time and having face time with their teachers.
When you say decade, you're saying that this could join us for at least 10 years before it breaks or we need something else?
Yeah, these air conditioning units and heating units are incredible. It's not like a window unit that you buy at Lowe's. We walked a classroom when Grants High School was cold, and the thermostat on the unit was set to 99 degrees Fahrenheit, and the air coming out of the unit was 99 degrees Fahrenheit. I mean, you could probably makeshift a sauna with these things if you wanted to, or a fridge. I mean, they get really cold as well. So it's something that's worthwhile to have, and we'll make sure that they're taken care of so that they can be used for years to come.
Anything further? Sir?
We're getting 40, right?
Yes, sir.
And how are you gonna distribute those?
We're gonna put them all in Grants High School initially, in all the classrooms.
All the classrooms?
So we already currently have 20, I believe, in Grants High School, no, 15, because we have 5 at Milan. So we'll have 55 units so one in every classroom. We will have maybe a couple extra, so we can put them in like the admin area and stuff like that. The library, we don't have heating and cooling issues in there because that's a system like this. And so, yes, so like Mr. Jones said, they're top of the line stuff, they're big units, they're about as big as that podium right there. So it is gonna be a logistical nightmare to store 60 of those when we're not using them. So, yeah, that's the plan with them, is to get them into the schools. Cause we are gonna be taking down the air conditioning system during the summer. And so during the summer school, they'll need these units for those classrooms, because we're gonna be doing a flush of the system. So we're gonna put chemicals into the boiler loop and flush out all the sediment and clean it out really well. And so we're gonna take down the air conditioning for probably 2 or 3 weeks during the summer. And then we'll bring it back up before school starts in July, so.
And so that's just for Grants High School? The
Initially.
schools are gonna be affected?
I'm sorry, I don't
The other
understand.
high school, like Luna Akron's not gonna need these, or?
They shouldn't, we just put new units on their building 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So,
The same kind that we're purchasing here too?
no, the ones that get at Laguna Acoma are called combo units, and they sit on the roof. And so they're heating and cooling units that are ducted into the classrooms. And each classroom has their own unit. And those were probably about $14,000 a piece, so.
Anything else, board members? Hearing none, we shall proceed to a roll call vote. Mrs. Sandoval, oh. Yes, roll call.
Dr. Shambo,
Yes.
Mrs. Hunt Daly,
Yes.
Mr. Hadamio,
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz,
Yes.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye, the motion carries. Next is consent agenda. It is only one item under bars, and that is an increase. I don't have an amount. Do I have an amount?
You have it. in
I
your-
apologize, it's right here. It will be an adjustment to $29,198. I apologize for not having that. Superintendent Weiner, is there,
I recommend that we approve the consent agenda.
all right. Board members, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as listed, including the one bar?
They gonna put in all the buses?
This is for the new buses that we just purchased. So all the other buses already have cameras in.
And a second?
Second.
Emily, did you make the motion? Or
Yes.
did you just ask the question?
No.
I'm sorry.
I wanna make sure.
It's been a long day. It has been moved by Ms. Hunt Daly and seconded by Mr. Hadamio to approve the consent agenda as listed, including the bar. We shall proceed to a roll call vote. Mrs. Sandoval, please.
Dr. Shambo,
Yes.
Mrs. Hunt Daly,
Yes.
Mr. Hadamio,
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz,
Yes.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye, motion carries. Mr. Widener, you're up, sir.
All right, no Mr. Manning yet?
Not yet.
No, sir, just really quickly, I got on Cibola Consolidated before the meeting, and he was still presented.
Okay,
So it may be longer than I expected.
okay.
All right, superintendent's report. We had our last meeting on March 3rd. Dr. Archambault had asked before that meeting if I could kind of give an update on tribal consultations, IPP presentations, and what was going on there. I didn't get that on the agenda for that meeting, so I wanted to follow up tonight with that information. So what I have given you in your packets, you have kind of a timeline of meetings that I've had with stakeholders. The IPP has been signed by one of our stakeholder groups. We've had several consultations, we've had a fall consultation. we've had additional meetings and spring consultations. And so we're still working on trying to get the IPP signed. As you know, we were a little bit behind after getting that approved, and we have until May to get that signed by stakeholder groups. And we will have a tribal consultation meeting this week on Thursday. And so that's kind of where we are with those meetings. Mr. Valdo is currently, he hand delivered IPPs to all of our stakeholder groups. And so we're still trying to get signatures on those with two of the stakeholder groups. And so yeah, that's kind of where we are with the IPP and tribal consultations. That gives you the timeline there. I also wanted to include last week's information coming from the NMSBA and the legislature. You have that information in there. I printed that out this morning. It came over spring break and Ms. Sandoval, well, we printed it yesterday. Ms. Sandoval and I were trying to get it printed out in your packet. So that's the update on kind of where the legislation is and what's going on in Santa Fe. And then Mr. Jones was talking about the spring budget conference, and my understanding is you all have agendas for the spring budget workshop. And in talking to Ms. Sandoval, I know Dr. Archambault, Mr. Jaramillo, and Mrs. Lee have all indicated that you would like to go to the spring budget workshop, and so we will have plans for you to be there. Ms. Sandoval will put out a PSA.
I have one thing to add. Board members, I don't know if you received the email, of course, blind copied, so we don't have a rolling quorum. But our regional NMSBA meeting is in Rio Rancho on April 9th at 5:30. So we will already be in Albuquerque, some of us, for the spring budget. But if you would like to attend the regional school board meeting in Rio Rancho on April 9th, please let Mrs. Sandoval know so she's able to get you registered for that. And I believe they have an agenda for that meeting already. I might not have sent that, but it's, I know for sure, on the NMSBA website. I didn't mean to commandeer.
That's actually
but
really
it
great
was-
because Mr. Jaramillo came in and asked me about the meeting in Rio Rancho. Ms. Sandoval and I didn't know about the meeting.
Yeah, I got an
So
email from them.
if you'll forward us that email, we'll get people registered for that.
I thought I had included you in that. My apologies if I didn't.
And the spring budget workshop?
Is the 9th through the 11th.
You
It
know,
ends at noon on the 11th and it starts the morning of the 9th
And that's when?
in Albuquerque at the Sandia Casino.
and we will do a PSA because we do have at least 3 board members that.
And
will
it's
be
like for
attending.
2 hours, it's from 5:30 to 7:30, right?
The meeting for the NMSBA. Yeah, I think Dr. Guy, when we were at the one in Estancia, we were there till about,
8:30?
yeah, 8:30, 9 o'clock.
It was about 3 hours.
It was about 3 hours, cause they feed us a really good dinner. I apologize for taking over,
It's a
sir.
it's a good region. And so that's kind of everything I wanted to include in the superintendent's report.
Madam Chair, Madam President,
I sent it to you March 14th, by the way,
Oh.
and Layton. Yes, sir.
That sounds pretty great.
just to make sure we acknowledge, we did get an email from Ackerman,
Correct.
and it addresses these issues that are here on the consult IPP, and several other issues. And it was addressed to the board and to the superintendent. That has to be addressed, and we have to discuss how that's going to be done. Okay?
Yeah,
Yes,
I was
sir.
gonna bring it up, so I talked to Mr. Wagner about it, so.
We need to, figure it out, because that's, important for this board to recognize that Acoma is, has communicated, formally to the board and to you. So, I don't want us to forget that.
And just to add that to that, looking for the message. We also have concurrence from the Pueblo Laguna that they concur with the letter from the Pueblo Islands.
They send you a text or an email?
Mr. Sarcenos, I'm trying to find it.
Okay. I didn't get one from them.
Nor did I.
He was trying to get onto the board meeting, but he couldn't find the link.
Yeah, and I never received one from them either.
He was asking for that email, I didn't know, so I never get my email, so. I told this to send them to the district office. So probably to arrange.
Well, all of our emails are on the district website too.
Yeah.
So that's always a good resource for,
That's what I told, either YouTube or the GCCS website, but they're not very tech savvy to everyone, that's the word.
sure, sure. Well, board members, if you would like to, apparently we're gonna have some time, if you would like to bring up.
Well, I'd just like to see how we can address what their issues and concerns are to respond to their letter. Mr. Wagner.
And I don't know if is that something we need to do in a work session? Is that something, I mean,
You know, they're talking about their proficiency on third and eighth graders for ELA and math. And,
I can give them all the data that they want, but
okay.
We don't probably wanna do that publicly.
Yeah, okay, and then the graduation rates, now they haven't heard. Where it's at today, you know, so.
Well, and unfortunately, that was gonna be presented in our meeting, our graduation information, but Mr. Sanchez wasn't able to be here. And I know that Ms. Coles at the early college also has several Native students that she would be able to report on, but she also wasn't here.
We are meeting monthly with the Acoma Department of Education. And we do give them that information in those meetings, and so, yeah,
And I got that data.
probably there's a little bit of miscommunication from Acoma Department of Education to Acoma Tribal Leadership, because we are having those conversations with Acoma DOE. So,
I think, I'm just scanning through it right now.
And that's what I wanted to make sure that we're
Making that
consulting
effort.
and making that effort, you know.
Yes, sir.
Well,
and in the
Giving them the
most
information
recent
they're
tribal
looking for.
consultation, we were asked to work directly with Miss Marcia Leno and her team.
Or
And so
plaid, like you said.
That's who we've been meeting with.
it says here, we expect a timely response and a closed scheduled meeting to discuss this matter further. So that means that you would need to respond in that sense. And it's, I would suggest that it's better to have person-to-person discussions. And that would move it along faster. There are a lot of issues that I can see that are in here. And, some of them are related to, test scores, the strategic plan, consultation, cultural and linguistic heritage, student voices, impact data, IPP. They're contending that that there were some issues that they were not involved, no tribe signed it, that when we submitted and I think Jackie Jones acknowledged that. So no tribe signed the IPP when it was submitted, is that correct? That's what she said.
There was no feedback.
Danae, the Department of Danae signed it.
Well, when you submitted it, was it signed?
Yes.
She said it wasn't signed.
No, she said that it was signed by one tribe, not all three, and that the requirement is that at least one tribe sign. There has to be at least one tribe that has signed. And she indicated that the Danae Education signed it, and they also signed it last year. That was what she said in the meeting in her update.
Nevertheless, you need to look at the letter. I'm just reading it, and it talks about the December 18th meeting. I think you and I were attended that.
Yes, sir.
Title VI IPAC, that is still an issue. I don't know about Laguna, how they feel about it. Student voices, and then they ask for to conduct proper tribal consultation. And that, I think that's, we were mentioning something along that line here. Is that what I'm saying? Tribal consultation. We show 12-18, and then we say additional meeting, 2-3-25. Then we say spring tribal consultation. And then, IPP signature, I'm just looking at Acamas here.
Correct.
The issue of,
And did this letter go out to all of us?
Yes.
I did get it.
It went to our district emails.
Okay. Yeah, I can access my district email.
they're pretending they seek to revise, have the IPP revised.
Again,
So I'm gonna jump in just for
So, I can go through this,
continuity.
so
of
does the
the-
response need to come from the board?
Review this and determine how best to
Right.
communicate.
I think we need to have a work session where we can address all of these, Dr. Archambault, as to how is best for us to proceed as a district and to be able to have a better conversation, going forward as to what all of these next steps are. Because I think that you have implemented a lot of steps moving forward, but we're in the middle of March, and some of these things have just started within the last, couple of months. And so, again, you've shared the meetings that have already occurred, but clearly there are gaps there that do need to be filled. And so I think going forward, getting those calendared and also talking with your board as to, because they're representing Acoma and Laguna, we need to learn what it is that the district has fallen short in their opinions to be able to rectify that going forward.
And we do need to address it because they're holding the board accountable for the low achievement.
I don't know how they can hold the board accountable when it's students. That would be like me saying, okay, Dr. Martin, your 12 children aren't doing well and that's my fault. There has to be a bit of a balance there. And I understand it's our responsibility as a board, as a district, to be certain that we are putting things in place, that we are getting the right educational programs and everything going. So I hear what you're saying, but it has to be a two-way street. That's all. I'm sorry, it has been a rough day.
So we can't
I
go crack the whip on a
apologize.
teacher
I
or a
apologize.
principal.
I apologize. I apologize. It has been a rough day, and I normally do not speak so fervently, so I apologize to everybody for that.
Well, like you said, we're not, we can't go and tell a principal, why isn't your teacher not successful in the classroom? And the
Yeah.
board is not responsible for that.
Right. I'm sorry. Okay, we went way off track. Mr. Manning is gonna be joining us hopefully, sir, 5 minutes. I-
Take a recess?
I think that what we need to do is, are you done with your presentation, sir?
I am, that's,
So I say 5-minute recess and we will be back in 5 minutes.
Should've waited.
sir. We're ready for you, sir.
All right, sorry about that. Got lots of questions in the previous one. That's the problem with all the school districts having their board meetings the same night.
Yes, sir.
Well, I appreciate giving me the time here. And I'm going to see for, okay. Can you see the cover letter of cover report of your audit report?
Yes, sir.
And of course, anybody can stop me at any time to ask any questions that you may have as we go through this. On pages 4 through 6 is your independent auditor's report. You do have an unmodified opinion, which is the opinion that you want. It's the best opinion you can have. The format the last few years is a little different than if you were used to seeing audit reports before. It gives a little more information, starts with the opinion, goes through some of the responsibilities of the management and the auditors. But I always encourage board members to read through that opinion so they have a feel for it. On page 7 is your statement of net position, which is basically the balance sheet, the overall for the district. If you look down towards the bottom, your unrestricted net position is a negative $60 million. Why is that? Well, it's because the state makes you put grants' portion of the state retirement fund and the OPEB fund liability on your books. And that in itself adds to about 79.3 million for the district, which puts you in a negative position. Now that's paper. Nobody's going to ask grants for their retirement check, but the state makes you put it on your books. So that's just something to understand there. On the next page, page 8, you've got your statement of activities. About 2/3 of the way down, most of the way towards the bottom, you have change in net position of about $34.2 million. Now, again, most of this change in position is due to changes in estimates for the pension and OPEB liabilities. On pages 9 through 11, you start getting to see something that you're used to working with and what a district usually works with, and that is your funds, the information by each individual fund, which is how a school district runs. For the operational fund, the 11,000 fund, your cash balance is about $14.9 million. You get that by adding your cash and temporary investment line with your interfund receivables. The interfund receivables are the loans that the operational fund is made to federal and state funds that haven't got the reimbursements back yet. And then subtracting out this accrued payroll line of about 1.3 million, which are basically held checks for insurance and ERB and RHC that aren't paid until July, August, September. So that cash balance of the 14.8 is a decrease of about $1.4 million from the previous year. On pages 13 through 15, you've got your statement of revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balance. And on page 13, in the operational fund, your expenditures exceeded revenues last year by about $1.5 million in the operational fund. If you go to page 15, on the very last column, you'll see that overall for the district, expenditures exceeded revenues by about $3.1 million. You also had $10 million come in from proceeds from a bond, and then a few other minor differences. The net return to the grantor of about $10,000 and a lease or subscription obligation financing. On pages 25 through 58, you've got your notes to the financial statement. And this is an area I do recommend that board members read through, just so you understand the policies and procedures the district's subject to. And as you go through it further down, you'll get more detail on certain areas, like it'll have a section on cash, a section on receivables, your investments, how much in fixed assets, your debt, all of those things, it will explain in more detail. So I recommend you look through it, read through it. If you're an insomniac, it might help you go to sleep a little quicker on the night. So after the notes, you've got a whole lot of spreadsheets or just the information on the various funds that you have in the district. We're going to jump down to pages 113 and 114 in your report. Which is your report on internal control over financial reporting and on compliance. Now on this, this report, we do not give you an opinion. All we tell you is what we identified when reviewing the internal controls of the district. And when we do that, I'm going to reduce this for a second. And when we look at your internal controls, we're trying to see if there are any deficiencies in internal control. The most serious type of deficiency is a material weakness. Now, a material weakness is a deficiency or a combination of deficiencies in internal control such that there is a reasonable possibility that a material misstatement of the entity's financial statements will not be prevented or detected and corrected on a timely basis. And we identified two findings that we consider material weaknesses, 2024-001 and 2024-002. Now, a significant deficiency is a deficiency or a combination of deficiencies in internal control that is less severe than a material weakness, yet important enough to merit attention by those charged with governance, meaning the board or the administration. And we identified three findings that we consider significant deficiencies. Now, in the prior year, you had two material weaknesses and two significant deficiencies. So the material weaknesses are the same. You have one more significant deficiency this year. Then there's a third level of findings, other findings, and these basically fall into New Mexico compliance issues or issues like that. If this audit were occurring in another state, say Colorado or Arizona, most of these would not be on your audit report because they may not have a material effect on your financial statements. But because the state of New Mexico has zero materiality, meaning that if we find an error, we have to report it in the audit. Now, some choose to overlook that and not do it and do a verbal, but by the contract with the state auditor's office, it's always supposed to be there under state statute. So there, for other matters, we had 8 this year. There had been 9 in the prior year. So overall, the number of findings is identical to the prior year. The next report that we will get to is on pages 115 through 117. And this is your report on compliance for each major federal program. This is your single audit opinion. The district has an unmodified opinion for federal findings. For the federal report, we did not identify any material weaknesses this year or the previous year, but we did identify one significant deficiency in the current year and one significant deficiency in the prior year, and that's going to be 2024-006. Now on pages 118 through 120, you have your schedule of expenditures of federal awards, or your CFA. And this is a listing of each individual grant award from the federal government. On the second page, you'll see that total financial assistance was about $14.4 million for the district in the past year. Now on page 121, we begin what everybody's really interested in, the findings. And the first page of the findings is kind of a summary of the audit report. The report issued is an unmodified report. You do have material weaknesses in internal control. You do have significant deficiencies, though you do not have non-compliance material to the financial statements. In your federal awards, we did not note any material weaknesses. That doesn't mean they don't exist. It's just in the sampling that we did not identify any. And you do have significant deficiencies. And overall, your report was an unmodified report. Then the major programs that were tested during the year was the Education and Stabilization Fund, the ESSER funds, your Title I program, and the National School and Breakfast and Lunch program. So 750,000 is the level that determines a type A versus type B program. And did you qualify as a low auditee risk? The answer is no. If you've had any material weaknesses in either of the prior 2 years, then you will not be a low-risk auditee. And so you have material weaknesses again this year. So it would be at least 2 more years before the earliest that you could be considered a low-risk auditee. Now, on page 121, we have the actual findings for the year. Now, I'm going to walk you through how these findings are set up. And to begin with, we're going to deal with the financial statement findings. 2024-001 means that this is the 2024 year audit, and this is the first finding for this audit. This second number says that this has been a finding on every audit since 2018. So we're looking at like 7 straight years of internal controls over district cash. We considered this one a material weakness, and it is repeated and modified. Now, the first area we're going to go is the criteria for the finding. This is where we're going to give you the NMAC, the NMSA, or the statute or the PED guidance that relates to what we found. We will normally highlight in a bold the area that the district had issues with, and then we list the condition. So here is our condition for cash. During our review of cash and cash reconciliation procedures, we noted the following. The district has many funds that are inactive and have positive balances in their cash accounts, which need to be closed out and cleaned up with the approval of the PED. The district did the work to close these accounts out during the past year, but PED delayed approving these balance transfers until after year end. So the district actually did their part to get it cleaned up in this area, but the budget analyst and PED didn't do their part to get it approved before the end of the year. The district has $37,742 in still dated checks. That means checks listed on outstanding lists that are greater than 1 year in length. The district continues to carry balances and cash object codes related to bank accounts that were closed in the current year. The amounts have not been cleared out of the cash object codes, even though there is no bank account associated with them. All the object codes related to the closed cash accounts should be zero in every fund. In total, they come to zero, but you have some funds that may show it has $1 million in it and another fund that shows it has a negative $1 million in this bank account that no longer exists. So they don't show up. You don't usually do reconciliations on them because nothing's happening, but those account codes have never been cleaned up. The district recorded a bond principal payment in the bond interest account. So we recorded our principal payment as an interest payment. District had 35 still dated checks outstanding, which totaled $34,925. This caused other disbursements of over a year in the amount of $28,32. There are an additional 11 other disbursements of more than 3 months outstanding, which should be cleaned up. The district was not properly and completely reconciling their cash accounts on a timely basis and did not have proper supervision to verify these matters were being completed accurately and timely. Timely, we consider 30 days from year end. So at the end of March, by the end of April, at the worst case, that cash account should be reconciled and signed off on. During our review of subsequent bank disbursements in the cash reconciliation process, we identified that the finance director was able to obtain from the bank a $400,000 cashier's check from an escrow payment to a title company for a piece of property the district was purchasing. No purchase order or other authorization was created for this withdrawal, which of course creates a huge issue if it weren't for something legitimate. Now, on any repeat finding, we have to state, have you made progress, improved, stayed the same, regressed? So here we've said the district has made some improvement and progress in this area. There were improvements towards the end of the year with the reconciliation process, and the district was clearing off old items and moving towards a better process for completing reconciliations timely and accurately. Then we have the cause. What caused this? to be a finding. The district has changed individuals who are responsible for doing some of the reconciliation process, as a previous employee was not staying on top of the process or putting the proper attention to the detail needed. What's the effect? Improper items may persist throughout the year without the attention to detail, raising the risk of errors, mistakes, or fraud. The auditor's recommendation is next. So we said the district should make an effort to continue to close out all old unused funds as grants come and go. The reconciliation process that the district has put in place should be continued and improved upon as time shows better ways to efficiently identify and correct unreconciled items. Additionally, we recommend the district develop procedures to verify that the cash accounts are being accurately and completely reconciled on a timely basis, that old accounts are not allowed to build on the cash reconciliation, and all items are tracked down monthly, identified as the reason that amounts remain on the cash and reconciled. We recommend that oversight be thorough and well documented. And then finally, the part that's most important for the board is the responsible officials plan. Here, what is the specific correction action plan for the finding? The district has put in what they plan to do to correct this. What is the timeline for the correction act plan? And then who is the employee responsible for meeting this timeline? Finance director. So this is what the board should use to follow up after an audit to say, okay, here was our plan. We're into a new year. We're getting close to having to start the audit for the next year. How have we done this yet? Yes, no, when did it happen? So this is what the board would use to follow up with the finance department. The second finding, purchase orders and authorization, which we considered a material weakness, repeated and modified. Now, this is the most common finding for a school district, but normally it's down in the NMSA section of the findings, not a material weakness. This year, it is a material weakness because we'd identified that in the accounts payable process, the clerk had the ability to raise the amount of the PO in order to pay. And so the purchase order was for $800. The individual was actually able to revise the PO twice to $258,000. So you can see the issue, and because of that, that is a material weakness. Now these others, one PO being done after the fact, that's kind of what we're going to see normally in districts, because under school district statute, a school district has to have a completed purchase order in hand prior to someone making the order. So when we're reviewing this stuff, we look at the invoice, and if the invoice dates before the PO date, it's an automatic finding because it got ordered or invoiced prior to us having a purchase order. So there were a couple of minor purchase orders after the fact, and had that all it had been, this would have been an other non-compliance finding. Instead, because of that ability to adjust hundreds of thousands of dollars, it's a material weakness. Finding number 3, improper recording and maintenance of fixed assets significant deficiency, repeated and modified. So our condition, basically during our review of fixed assets, noted that the district had not properly added all of the construction and progress projects that were completed in the prior 2 years into its vision's fixed assets listing. Items which were added in furniture, fixture, and equipment area had not all been properly added to the vision system from the Excel spreadsheet provided in the prior year of approximately $300,000. The district had changed asset categories on their manual listing from the prior year to what category they had in the current year. And the district had changed asset lives from their manual listing in the prior year to what they input into the asset system in the current year. So we're still not getting the fixed asset area completed properly and accurately before the audit. 2024, well, 3, lack of controls over payroll liabilities accounts, a significant deficiency. So during our review of payroll liability accounts and employee maintenance, we identified the following issues. Liability balances and stale dated warrants had multiple funds with balances at year end totaling $56,000. Payroll liability accounts are not being properly reviewed and reconciled on a timely basis. The NIPSI accounts are not being properly tracked and reconciled. Changes to individuals' insurance deductions are not tracked and properly reconciled, a process which is key to the proper cash reconciliations. Employee reimbursement accounts are not being properly reviewed and reconciled on a timely basis. No review of payroll liability accounts is systematically reviewed by the district, even when issues in the cash reconciliation process would indicate the need for review. Federal tax payments are not being remitted in a timely basis. ERB and RHC amounts are not being timely paid and filed. District has many employees who are exempt from FICA and Medicare deductions for a fixed period of time. It does not appear the district has a method to properly identify if their employees with H-1B visas have reached their 2-year limit to avoid paying these withholding taxes. The reconciliation of 941 taxes, comparing the general ledger salary expenses to the amount of FICA and Medicare paid to, does not reconcile to a satisfactory level. During a district review of accounts, it identified over 75 of 619 employees with variances in the deductions of the employees versus the information submitted to ERISA. Employees were paying improper premiums. So a lot of issues, individual issues revolving around payroll liability accounts. Improper recording of journal entries, significant deficiencies. During our review of manual journal entries, we noted the following instances. In 22 of 25 journal entries reviewed, the district did not have a second sign-off of their journal entries. With a journal entry, you can change anything happened. So if you do not have somebody else reviewing the journal entry and signing off on that journal entry, you're opening yourself up for issues. Federal awards findings. Okay. On page 132, we have unallowed expenditures, National School Lunch Program, significant deficiency. During our review of the National School Lunch Program, we identified the district used school lunch funds to pay the payroll of an employee who was not working in the program. The employee worked in transportation and accounts payable. So question costs. This is one thing that's a little different from the others. So the amount paid to that employee is a question cost of $59,000, meaning the federal program could come back and ask for those funds back from the district. Now we're to the NMSA findings. These are less severe findings, many of which in another state wouldn't be in your audit report, but are ones that we're required to note if we not see them. So improper approval of budget adjustment. In one of 9 budget adjustments tested, we identified the budget adjustment was improperly input. The adjustment was entered in reverse to how it should have been entered. Meaning the debit was a credit and the credit was a debit. Failure to timely remit federal withholding taxes as required. The district failed to make its tax payments on time in the current year. The district paid $219,000 of its April tax payment on 4/19. Payment was due on 4/12. $131 of its September tax payment due on 9/12. Payment was due on 9/8. So better than in previous years, but still not getting all the tax payments done timely. Late payment and reporting of employer contributions for ERB and RHC. In one of 3 months tested, the ERB contribution report was transmitted on the 17th of the month, due on the 15th. In 1 month tested, the district ran the prior month's payroll adjustments in the current month, resulting in an overpayment in January. In one of 3 months tested, the district submitted its payment and report for RHC on the 11th of the month, due on the 10th. Deposit not made within 24 hours. In one of 25 items tested, deposit was not made in 24 hours. Small deposit, $4.56, was received on 5/2 and was deposited on 5/7. The district didn't have a waiver to allow for more than 24 hours deposit, so it doesn't matter the amount. I once had in Central a finding for $2.47 check being not deposited within 24 hours, and the bank was 30 miles from the school district. But if you don't have a waiver, you're due within 24 hours. Improper reimbursement of travel expenses, the second most common finding for school districts. After the state went to partial actual and partial final day per diem, straight per diem, it has caused troubles for districts. In your case, 12 of the 12 items being reviewed were not reimbursed correctly. Not big errors. 167 was paid, but it should have only been reimbursed 108.31. One instance, the employee was paid 65 cents a mile and was reimbursed at 50 cents a mile. In the other 10 instances, there was no travel form filled out with dates and times of travel, so there's no way to really test them. Were they proper or not? And board members were being paid $95 for meetings that are less than 4 hours, or when they attended virtually, meetings of 4 hours or less can only be reimbursed $45. improper budgetary controls. The following funds had expenditures in excess of their budget level. Impact aid operational by 165,000. Then you have all these other funds by the amounts listed. Now, the thing with school districts, you're required to budget to the function level, whereas other entities in the state are only required to budget to the fund level. Meaning, if you have enough dollars in that fund budget to cover a function that's overspent, there's no problem. With the school district, if the function instruction, the 1000 function, is overspent in case, in this instance, 165,000, and in the lower functions you had $1 million of excess budget, it's still a finding. Whereas if you were the city of Grants, that wouldn't be a finding because you get to count all the budget in the fund. Now, also, we had one fund where the cash estimate that was budgeted of 2.988 million was less than the actual cash of 2.569 million. So it was $419,000 off. If when you're estimating what your cash balance is going to, because in April, you're estimating what your June 30th balance is going to be. If you miss that and guess wrong, you have to adjust your budget if you budgeted more cash than you actually ended up with. In this case, that fund did not get rebudgeted. Missing licensure and employee position control. So during our review of personnel files, we noted that 1 of 25 employees' files reviewed, there was no licensure in the employee file for an EA position. The employee was hired for the 1st of September, but had not obtained his licensure within the 90-day allotted window. As such, the Human Services Department was looking to move the employee to another position. This would have occurred by the 90th day. In late December, an email was sent from the HR to the business office requesting a security position. The process drug out until February when all paperwork was completed and the employee position was changed. During that time, the employee continued to be paid at a higher EA rate as compared to the security position. So they were paid past the 90-day limit. Non-compliance with New Mexico equipment approval form. During our review of capital expenditures, the district's required to fill out and get approval from the Federal Department of State for expenditures for equipment greater than $5,000. Grants have done an upgrade to the fire alarm system of $150,000. The district did not obtain the required forms under the grant. Additionally, the New Mexico PED did approve the reimbursement of the cost. So they probably would have approved it had it been sent in, but it was not done properly. Now, on page 149, you've got your prior audit findings. This lists all your findings from the prior year and how they went. Financial statement findings, you had 4 in the prior year. All 4 of those findings are repeated. during the year.
Byron, can I just
Yes.
ask for clarification? I'm sorry to interrupt, sir, but
No problem.
under where you just highlighted repeated, if you go down 2 lines, it says 2022-03. Should that read 2023-03?
Yes, just,
Okay,
yeah, that's a typo where
okay,
should have been 2023-03.
okay. I just wanted the clarification on that. Thank you, sir.
No problem. So yes, so all of those were repeated. In the federal awards, you had a Davis-Bacon. This one was resolved. In the NMSA area, you had a missing I-9 documentation resolved. We didn't find issues with the I-9s in the samples we selected this year. You resolved the equity and athletics reporting, got it done on time, and we got the audit in on time this year. So those were resolved. All of the others were repeated during the year. Are there any other questions or comments?
You noted in the last page, late filing of audit report resolved. When is it due and when was it filed?
Excuse me?
The last entry, 2023-014, you had late filing of audit report resolved. When was it supposed?
Okay, this was for the prior year.
Okay.
In the 2023 audit. The school districts are always due by November 15th of the year. So the audit for the year we'd be going into this year for 25 would be due by November 15th, 2025. In the 2023 year, it didn't get filed, I believe, until March, if I remember. So about a year ago. So it was several months late.
That's all right. I didn't either.
The current
Yes,
year
sir.
one was filed timely. Any other questions?
Mr. Manning,
Yes.
page 118.
Okay, let's go up. Page 118.
It's a, I don't know if it's a typo, but it's not really significant. It says Title 9, Indian Ed. Under other programs.
So what page?
118.
118. Okay. Which is okay on the CIFA. Yes.
Under it says Title 9.
Okay.
1X, Indian Ed. Isn't that supposed to be Title 6? 84.060.
By what the state has as its program, they call it Title 9.
It's a direct U.S. Department of Ed.
Yes.
Puzzled why they would want it to be Title 9. Right, just look at that. You might.
Okay, let me run here.
It's under SEA, it's 8406, it's one of those. But, but that's really small potatoes compared to
Okay.
big potatoes we got.
Okay, on page 149, Mr. Manning, you had said all findings have been repeated. And the financial statement findings, have those been resolved? And why, stupid question, are these findings being repeated? If you fix it one time, learn by then how to do it?
There are certain findings that I expect that usually will be repeated in a school district. Without a doubt, very few school districts ever get through without a purchase order finding, just because somebody's going to order something before they get their PO done. Just human nature, error, or I don't care about the rules. That's a common one, school district. Reimbursement of travel expenses, easy to make errors. The school district I was just talking to, they had multiple, many of them were only $3 errors or $2 errors. I got to report it, things like that. The issue here with grants is the items up in the the area of the financial statement findings and the federal findings are the critical areas. And some of them are the same finding every year. Some areas get cleaned up. Other areas now become a problem that weren't a problem the year before. Now they're a problem this year. So most of those things honestly shouldn't continue that long, especially at the level. Some of those. Does the district have less findings, and do they have less significant deficiencies and material weaknesses from 6 years ago? The first year we did an audit, yes. You had like 24 findings, and half of them were significant deficiencies and material weaknesses. So has the district made improvement since my first year here? Yes. Has the district made the improvement I would expect to see in 6 years? No.
I guess the question I have, being a business is my major, how do you fail to timely remit your federal withholding taxes? I don't understand. This isn't good. You'd be shut down if you didn't submit your withholding.
Well, I can see it once in a while, as I can admit, me as a business owner myself, have I ever been late? Yeah, I've been a couple of times late because I go, yeah, I'm going to get to that. But in an area where sometimes that's assigned to a specific individual who has specific tasks, it just seems like it's, especially the dollars you're talking about through a school district, I forget to pay mine by a day. It doesn't mean a whole lot. A school district forgets to pay its payroll taxes by a day. It can add up. And a couple of years ago, we were listing, you had several hundred of thousands of dollars in fines. Now, you're not having that now. So yes, it's gotten better. But yes, would you expect that to disappear? I would.
Anything else, board members, for Mr. Manning?
Mr. Manning, Hanamiel here.
Yes.
Page 124, I'm just still concerned over that purchase procedure or protocol for that 258,119.40.
Yes.
Is there like 2 signatures for those POs, or what is the protocol for it? Because if it's over 60, it should come to the board, right?
Correct.
How did that happen, or it just?
The internal control conversation, and Mr. Manning, please feel free to interject. As the final approver and as our chief procurement officer, I cannot input and approve a purchase. So what happened with that specific employee is that she had worked in the business office previously, was transferred to the transportation office, and her permissions were left unchanged. So there was a purchase order from the school district to transportation for an activity trip. She was able to edit that twice without central office ever finding out, because her permissions were not updated within our system. So, Mr. Manning's really nice about it, but it's, I mean, it's fraud, is basically what that
You
was.
know, I mean, that's concerning, like I said, cause we know you guys can go up to 60 without our approval. It just fell to the cracks, I guess. So
and-
what's the safety for that, for it doesn't happen again, or?
Yeah, so we're in the process right now of cleaning up a lot of stuff, and, just while I have the floor, the audit that Mr. Manning and his company has provided is our roadmap. Because he's identified the weaknesses that we have. So for me, it's been really, it's something tangible that I can work from. So we don't have these repeat things for years on end, so, and I'm asking you all to hold me accountable. July 1 is me and my office and my staff, so we're in the process of deactivating accounts and making sure that those permissions are appropriate for the role that those people are in, because we have employees that transfer and employees that move, and we need to make sure that they only can see and do the things that they should do. And that specific purchase order, the justification that the prior director of finance gave was that that was something that was done to balance an account, which should never have been done the way that it was.
That's right.
Let's go ahead and give this PO, we'll edit it, and then we're square, transportation is off as a square with the money. And that's just not how that should be done.
Thank you
Thank
for
you.
that clarification. Dr. Archambault,
Same page, 122?
124,
122,
now 122, Mr. Manning.
$400,000. Cashier check. What is that for?
That was for
Yeah.
the purchase of the Continental Divide building.
So for $400,000, no purchase order was made.
That was to put your, basically your escrow amount down, I believe.
Okay.
That came to the board though.
There's no purchase order was created.
Should have.
Did it come to the finance committee?
It came to the board. We approved this. This was an action item.
If we approved it,
There should have been a purchase order, correct?
following that.
No, with that.
With
No, with that.
correct.
So the big issue with that is that $400,000 is not in the account itself, because it was done off of
Okay.
books.
So,
Very scary.
And so for us, part of the issue was that the finance director also was able to go to the bank and get a $400,000 cashier's check
Yes, sir.
made out to the escrow company.
There should be two
With
signatures.
nobody else there but the finance director.
It has to be the board.
all
It
right,
has to be
I
the,
can't sign a check.
yeah, that's what I'm saying, it should be two signatures and it should be.
so what's missing from the backup when we get these things?
Internal, internal
When
controls.
when you get all the materials, are we getting everything that is she getting everything that is necessary to put it on the agenda?
Correct. That is something that,
Correct.
So
because
we would have a purchase order number or the actual purchase order attached to the
Should have.
documentation.
Yep.
should
A
have,
sale or something that
No,
says
wait,
we're buying something.
That's what she would include. She would
correct,
include that into the board packet with that.
correct.
Requisition number. We
Requisition
won't
requisition
create a
number,
PO
well,
until after we have approval.
requisition number,
Steve,
but we don't do that yet either. We still don't have that.
Explain the process for us.
Yeah, so if that's something that you'd
Please.
like to see, that's something that you can see when Mr. Triplehorn is purchasing air conditioning units from Conti. We go through the required 3 bids, we make sure that everything is equitable there, it goes to the finance committee to get approval. After it's approved in the finance committee, we create a requisition. That requisition is basically the item that you vote on for the dollar amount. And those two things need to match. Once we get the approval from the board, we
Let's,
issue the promise to pay.
let's be clear on, and Mr. Manning, maybe you can help us with this. When the finance committee receives this, say, a request to purchase something, we know that those things ultimately go to the board, because all they can do is recommend to the board. They don't approve, and then the administration takes the approval separately and proceeds with that. So I'm just wondering whether you should use the word that the finance committee has, is ready to recommend for board action, something of that sort.
That should be.
Sure.
That way, because you're saying that they approved it, but they don't really approve it.
They have not
They
approved the purchase.
say, let's proceed with it, or whatever it is.
We approve putting it on the agenda.
Yeah, and so the motion or whatever you do in the.
Should
finance committee
include.
Should state that we have reviewed this, pros and cons, and then.
Absolutely.
Then we would,
Make this one.
we can vote and, or to act to recommend it for board action, something like that. Is that how it works, Mr. Manning?
Yes, you'd be recommending your board taking it. And normally, as he kind of said, you wouldn't create the actual purchase order until it passed all of those steps. And after the board approved it, yes, then you'd create your purchase order because it's gone through the approval process and not before.
Could get the requisition.
Yes, you would be in a requisition stage and not a purchase order stage.
I'm just trying to, because our
Tidy us up.
superintendent's office gets all of this information, we compile the board packet, and the board packet would include all of that, including the requisition.
Yep.
Information. Okay.
Excellent. Anything else for Mr. Manning?
Yes, dear.
Ms. Daly?
While we're establishing that we need internal controls, what about the ones with the Human Resources Office? I see about 3 or 4 of them where the
Licensing.
they didn't do the changing an employee's position from one department to another. That's one. Finance, what human resources.
The licensing.
The licensing, you're right about the licensing. The lack of internal controls over payroll liability accounts, significant deficiencies, repeated and modified. Do we lack controls, adequate controls, not just in our other departments, but in our human resources office? Do we have any controls? Have we approved internal controls for them? Or they just doing out there doing whatever they want to do?
Sorry?
People work with Lisa. Which help is Lisa?
I'm
In-
happy to,
Just for.
I'm happy to answer that question and don't want to speak without Ms. Salazar here.
How about, I'm gonna interrupt you. How about we let our superintendent address that rather than putting you in a position of saying anything?
I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Well, and it actually wasn't HR. This was, a person was moved at a site into another position. The paperwork didn't get to HR. And so you see them at a different rate of pay. It truly was an error. And then the person got in the job and they didn't like the job. And they wanted to go back to their other job after the 90 days and the no licensure and so
It was a whole thing.
yeah.
It was a whole thing. Thank you for that clarification, sir.
But it also says it requires 2 signatures. We didn't even do that. We didn't even get 1 signature, and it requires 2.
Right.
This is scary.
Absolutely, absolutely. Anything else for Mr. Manning?
I'm afraid to ask him.
Mr. Manning, thank you so very much. We appreciate your expertise and candid responses on these. We know there is definite room for improvement, and we're happy to know that Mr. Jones is aware of all of those things and will be doing his level best starting July 1 for a complete year and cleanup for the next fiscal year.
Well, let's go with that goal, because we know there's still a lot of these going to repeat again because they've happened at the first part of the year. And if they
Sure.
happen once, it's going to be a
Yes.
repeat finding.
Yes,
So
sir.
when we only got 2 years left, we can. So let's make our last year
The
a
best year.
clean year. Yes, the best year.
Excellent.
Let's shoot for
Thank
that
you.
being a good year.
Yes, thank you so much, sir. We appreciate you.
Well, I appreciate you guys letting us present and for your service. It's great for those who sit on boards and donate their time.
Thank you very much.
Study it.
All right, thank you. All right, I think we're ready to move on to our action item, which is consideration of approval of the grant Cibola County Schools 2024. That should say 2023-24, correct? Audit. That's my fault for not putting in both years. Superintendent Widener, is there a recommendation for approval of the grant Cibola County Schools 2024 audit by Manning Accounting and Consulting Services?
I recommend that we approve the audit.
All right, thank you. Board members, is there a motion?
Second.
I'll give Guy the first and Ron the second. It has been moved by Dr. Archambault and seconded by Mr. Ortiz to approve the audit, the Grant Cibola County Schools audit by Manning Accounting and Consulting Services LLC. Any discussion?
Let's fix it up.
Right, let's
Try
fix
to.
it. Let's fix it.
I would ask Mr. Cooper to inform us on all these findings and where we're in error, keep us informed of when they've been
Resolved.
And keep us updated on that.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the goal, not all at once at the end of the year, but in a timely manner, so that we know that things are being done.
What Mr. Manning is saying is that, well, you've only been here for a while, you still want to be dedicated to trying to resolve these things now, and not later.
Correct.
So that's as you can see, by undertaking to be addressed while we're building a budget.
And saying that they're repeated, they're expected to be repeated, is it good enough for me? So I want them not repeated, and I just accept the fact that, oh yeah, they're gonna be repeated. That's what I
Right.
say, you're gonna go drive somewhere without a license and you keep on doing it until you get caught. That's what we're doing, driving without a license.
We've been caught. We've been caught.
And we just got caught.
Yeah,
But
for
we're
sure.
getting serious, there's too many internal controls that are out there.
Yeah, which is being worked on. Excellent, all right. Hearing any further discussion? No, hearing none, we shall proceed to roll call vote. Mrs. Sandoval.
Dr. Ashambo?
Yes.
Mrs. Hunt Daly?
Okay.
Mr. Hadamio?
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz?
Yes.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye, the motion carries. Now, we will be moving to executive session, discussion of limited personnel matters pursuant to NMSA 1978, section 10-15-1H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act, specifically for the board to discuss the superintendent's contract extension process and timeline consistent with the Open Meetings Act and board authorities regarding the Open Meetings Act. No action will be taken and only the items listed will be discussed. Is there a motion to move to executive session as presented?
So moved.
And a second.
Second.
It has been moved by Mr. Jaramillo and seconded by Mr. Ortiz to move to executive session as presented. Board members, any discussion? Hearing none, we shall proceed to a roll call vote. Mrs. Sandoval, please.
Dr. Shambo?
Yes.
Mrs. Hunt Daly?
Nay?
Yes.
I didn't hear that. Mr. Jaramillo?
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I totally took over for you because I asked the question. My apologies.
You're fine. Mrs. Lee?
Aye, motion carries. My apologies, it's been a day. The board is moving to executive session at 9:20 PM. We shall break long enough to get into the breakout room with our attorney, Ms. De Santiago.
She's on.
Yes.
So you can stay.
You're still-
Pardon me?
You stay on
We're staying. We're gonna, I'm sorry, technical term, we're moving into the breakout room. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, technical. Will you please have,
Thank you, directors.
room done for us and be sure that everything is muted and
Yeah.
not AIing and
No AI.
all of that. And board members, I am going to make the assumption that we are going to speak first without Mr. Widener.
Yes.
And then we will call Mr. Widener in when we are ready.
Perfect. As soon as we're not zooming,
discussion of limited personnel matters pursuant to NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act, specifically for the board to discuss the superintendent's contract extension process and timeline consistent with the Open Meetings Act and board authorities, and regarding the Open Meetings Act, no action was taken and only the items listed were discussed. Is there a motion to reconvene open session as presented? Thank you, and a second.
Second.
Thank you. It has been moved by Ms. Daly and seconded by Mr. Jaramillo to reconvene open session as presented. Roll call, please. Mrs. Sandoval.
Dr. Shambo?
Yes.
Mrs. Hunt Daly?
Yes.
Mr. Jaramillo?
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz?
Yes.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye, the motion carries. The board reconvene open session at 11:50 p.m. At this time, the board will take no action on the action item listed. So we are going to move on to announcements. Mr. Widener.
Perfect. We have early release next week, March 26th, is our early release professional development PLC day. April 1st, we will have our next regular school board meeting.
I'm going to interject real quick to add on to your announcement. We will be having a special executive session meeting next Tuesday, the 25th.
Okay.
So we
March
need to,
25th?
correct, Tuesday.
Okay, special executive session.
Yes, sir.
We also have a hearing board meeting.
On the 27th.
Yes.
Sorry, I interrupted. Back to April Fool's Day.
The New Mexico School Board Region 4 meeting will be in Rio Rancho. It's on the announcements
It's
there,
on there,
Mr.
yeah.
Hadamio. And that also kicks off the NMASBO Spring Budget Conference, Spring Budget Workshop. April 15th is also a regular school board meeting day. And April 18th, the district will be closed for Good Friday.
Excellent. Future agenda items.
Well, lucky we didn't put anything on the 18th, Beverly.
Looks like we have a couple of executive session meetings and hearings coming up. We do have, we keep talking about the disciplinary handbook. Right now I have teams working on that and administrators working on that. So we'll want to bring that to the board. Spring assessment data, we're in the heat of testing and standardized testing and state testing. Mr. Jaramillo has asked that we talk about the success of the health and wellness benefit program and see if it's worth keeping for next year. CTE updates, 25-26 calendar we have to approve. We need to have budget conversations, monthly senior graduation updates, strategic plan, 2025 professional development plans, scholarship applications, new policies, science fair recognitions, and graduation requirements.
And our board meeting scheduled, please include the tribal offices or tribal places. We have not met in either, Laguna or Yakima. And we got some from, requests from the, what do you call those? So we have their land grant to also host meetings at their place as well. Please consider that in the calendar.
We just have to have a
System,
System.
yeah, connected.
do they
to
have
it.
systems at their place?
You know, I think they do at, Route 66 and, I don't know about Sky City.
Yeah, they should.
Yeah, they have.
Yeah, they should have
They have
everything.
Keno, so I'm pretty sure they have.
But the Laguna school has that
Yeah,
set up, doesn't it?
just depends on the weather. We'll keep that in mind.
Any other agenda items?
Well, the last thing is that, there has to be a response to the Yakima letter.
I don't know what about this.
So if you look at the last paragraph, I think it kind of gives some suggestions.
Anything else? Adjournment. Recommendation?
Recommend to adjourn.
How about if we wait till tomorrow, it'll be tomorrow, 5 minutes. Second.
I didn't even get to ask.
She said, she called it.
Oh. Is there a motion to adjourn as presented? It has been moved by Ms. Hunt Daly and seconded by Mr. Jaramillo to adjourn the meeting as presented. Mrs. Sandoval, roll call, please.
Dr. Shambo? Mrs. Hunt Daly? Mr. Jaramillo?
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz?
Yes.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye, the motion carries. The board adjourned at 11:55 PM.
Dr. Guy, let me get you to sign that.
What is it?